If I can ask everyone to quiet down, please. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Glendale City Council for May 21st. May we have a roll call?
Yes, council members Brotman,
Here.
Garpetian,
Here.
Kasakian,
Here.
Najarian,
Here.
Mayor Asatrian.
Here. I have actually invited children from our police department. We have a police officer's son, and I believe someone from Public Works to join us in leading the Pledge of Allegiance. As many of you may know, this last week was National Police Week, and today we are also going to be proclaiming this week as Public Works Week, so I thought it'd be a great opportunity for the children of those who serve the city have an opportunity to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you can come up, please. All right. Okay, let's stand up.
Please stand.
You can join the microphone as well.
Remove all head clothings. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You can take a seat.
We're actually going to remain standing for the invocation.
Thank you. Let us begin by acknowledging that we are standing on the indigenous lands of the Gabrielino Tangva people. In honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, I'd like to quote Larry Itliang, the Filipino-American organizer and civil rights activist. Mr. Itliang stated, "Everybody has equal rights and justice. You've got to make that come about." As representatives of the people, may this council strive to make decisions that make our city into a more equal, equitable, and just place for all. Thank you.
All right, and may we have your report?
The agenda for the May 21st, 2024 regular meeting of the Glendale City Council was posted on May 16, 2024 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
All right, and what's next?
Next are presentations and appointments. For the agenda preview, There will be no city council meeting on May 28th. The next regular meetings will be on June 4th, 2024.
All right.
Next is a proclamation designating May 19 through 25, 2024 as National Public Works Week.
All right. And accepting the proclamation will be our interim Public Works Director, Daniel Hernandez, and members of the Public Works Week Committee. If I can have you please join at the podium. Are there other staff that are here? Yeah. Why doesn't everybody just come up?
There's a lot of us, so. We also have people outside. Come on in, guys and gals.
All right. I'm going to read parts of the proclamation. Whereas public works projects and services are critical to the growth and quality of life in the city of Glendale and are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives, through the efforts of our Public Works Department, Glendale remains a safe and comfortable community in which to reside. Whereas the support of informed citizens is vital to the efficient maintenance and operations of the city's infrastructure, including operations such as street maintenance and urban forestry services, traffic and civil engineering, traffic signal management, facilities maintenance, integrated waste management, transit and fleet services. Whereas a well-planted, designed, and maintained municipal infrastructure is vitally dependent upon a team of people dedicated to professional excellence, customer satisfaction, and who strive to accomplish their everyday tasks efficiently, effectively, and with accountability to the community they serve. Whereas the year 2024 marks the 64th Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works. Now therefore, I, Elena Satrian, Mayor of the City of Glendale, do proclaim May 19 through 25, 2024 as National Public Works Week, and call upon all citizens and civic organizations in the City of Glendale to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing for our local infrastructure and to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to the betterment of our residents' health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Thank you. Oh, what an awesome big group. If you have a few words, you'd like to say.
Yes. Good evening. Prior to giving the mic to our committee chair, Ms. Petra Beglarian, I wanted to say a few words. So I've been with the city a little more than 4 months, and this experience has been very fulfilling and rewarding. This is due in large part to the dedicated men and women of the department. There's a saying that we like to use amongst public works professionals: the public works because of public works. This is evident in the impact that's seen on a day-to-day basis. Our commitment is to provide the highest level of service, which is seen day in and day out. But with that said, I'd like to hand over the mic to our committee chair.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Petra, and I'm the Management Analyst with the Public Works Administration Office. On behalf of the committee, who are all present here today, I would like to thank you for taking the time to recognize the Public Works team. I would also like to take the time to thank our Public Works Committee for planning a week's worth of amazing events for our Public Works staff in appreciation of the work that they do. To highlight is our annual Public Works Week breakfast, which is taking place tomorrow, which will include food, games, music, and more. But to keep it brief, we've created a special video for you all to watch in conjunction with our GTV team. So if you may, please enjoy.
Thank you.
It's a 4-minute video, so.
All right.
Every city has a pulse, a rhythm that beats through its streets, buildings, and parks. In Glendale, that rhythm is maintained by the dedicated staff of the Public Works Department. This National Public Works Week, we celebrate these everyday heroes who work tirelessly to improve our quality of life. The Public Works Department is made up of 7 divisions, including administration, engineering, facilities management, maintenance services, fleet services, integrated waste management, and transit. In the past year, the department has completed roughly $32 million in capital improvements projects, resulting in 9.6 miles of newly paved city roadways, 25,000 linear feet of curbs and gutters, 69,000 square feet of sidewalk, 94 ADA curb ramps, and planted over over 1,000 new street trees that contribute to our goal of a 25% canopy coverage. To transform the city's streets into a safer and more accessible space for all, our engineering division has initiated a series of impactful capital improvements projects. From the implementation of rapid flashing beacon systems to the revitalization of communities through initiatives like community beautification, North Grand Boulevard demonstration, and the San Fernando Beautification Project, our endeavors are multifaceted. These projects aim to enhance multimodal transportation, bolster pedestrian safety, and promote environmentally friendly and sustainable solutions. Through the installation of high-visibility crosswalks, protected bike lanes, and ADA curb enhancements, our mission is to create a thriving cityscape. Our Facilities and Maintenance Services division play a pivotal role in improving the functionality and aesthetics of our streets and facilities. From meticulously maintaining roadways to ensuring proper signage and lighting for pedestrian safety, their work enhances the quality of walking, biking, and driving. Moreover, their contributions are evident through the construction management of the Central Library and Fremont Park renovation, elevating not only the physical space, but also the community's overall experience. Our Fleet Maintenance Division expertly manages the upkeep and repair of over 950 vehicles and pieces of equipment across various departments, including fire, police, and water and power. Demonstrating leadership in environmental sustainability, the division is transitioning to an electrified fleet. This includes the recent acquisition of 5 state-of-the-art heavy-duty electric Beeline buses. Our Integrated Waste Management Division is not just about collecting trash. It's about engaging with our community, educating and empowering residents and businesses. To support the city's zero waste initiatives, the division has established the Edible Food Recovery and Green Business Certification Program. To date, we've proudly awarded 17 certifications to local businesses committed to environmental stewardship. Furthering our commitment to sustainability, the division has successfully implemented the first phase of our automated refuse cart replacement on 3 of the 5 service days. Additionally, we have distributed 50 tons of free compost to the community, bolstering our municipal recycling and waste reduction efforts. In an effort to engage the community using new innovative platforms, the department launched 3 new apps: Recycle Coach, Glendale Climate Mobility, and the Pay by Phone app. These intuitive interfaces allow users to effortlessly identify appropriate disposal of all waste streams, help reduce their carbon footprint by planning eco-friendly modes of transportation, and streamline the public parking payment process. In line with our goal of increasing community outreach, the department debuted its very first Instagram account, thus far reaching over 100,000 community members. This week, we celebrate not only the hard work and dedication of our staff, but the vital role Public Works plays in our community. It's about more than just maintenance. It's about creating a thriving, sustainable environment where we can all live, work, and play. From the roads you travel on to the trash you throw away, the Glendale Public Works Department is behind the scenes but at the heart of our community. Join us in celebrating these unsung heroes today and every day as they continue to improve our quality of life.
That was very cool.
Mayor, I'd like to give a shout out to GTV crews, our own very own in-house crew that created the video clip.
You know, every time I see work from them, I keep thinking that we should be putting out a lot more in different spaces because they truly are talented. And so I join you in thanking them, but thank you for keeping our roads clean and paved and planting the additional trees and pretty much everything that makes the city run you're responsible for in one way or another. I did notice the Instagram account, and I do have to say whoever's running that, kudos to you because you're actually making Public Works look fun. And you're actually, it's kind of, I said this last week about PD as well, but it's not the usual, what I call the 1990s, like government-looking flyers, but it's very interactive. It makes people want to engage, and so I'm grateful to each and every one of you for the service that you provide to our city, that we then to take credit for and are proud to live in, so and lead. If my colleagues have any comments they'd like to make.
Yeah, I just want to thank you all as well. I think You know, we always talk about public safety. They provide safety for us, but you are the engine that runs this city. And it runs it very efficiently, and I want to thank you. And very minor things that people call it happen to on our streets, and they call, they say there's a this level on you know, there's 3 roots came out, and there's a this level on the sidewalk. Next day, it's taken care of. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for everything you do for our community.
Right. Yeah. Anything else?
Just say thank you to all you do, and as a, I guess, some evidence of the culture of public service. I remember an incident sometime back where I was riding my bike down probably Ethel Street or some street, I forget, and there was somebody's sprinkler had broken and the water was gushing up in the air, and I saw one of our refuse trucks pull up and noticed it and didn't just drive away, but actually got on the phone and called GWP and made sure that that got fixed. And I thought that that was the kind of ethic that I'm pretty sure from my interactions pervades the whole department. So thank you for having a culture of caring.
Yeah, one of the best departments, clearly. I think you're the largest, are you not, in the city? So a lot of people doing a lot of good things. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
I echo everyone's comments as well. Mr. Hernandez, you've stepped in to fill some pretty big shoes in that department. The legacy of Public Works reverberates throughout the organization, but you guys are all doing a fantastic job. I'm always comparing Glendale to some of our neighboring cities where their sidewalks double as their skate parks, and we certainly don't have that in Glendale. Whenever there is issues, you guys are always on top of it, and everyone appreciates it. So kudos to you. Thank you.
For those that don't know, our city manager, Mr. Galanian, when I first met him, he was in the Public Works Department and then became the director. So with that, would you like to join me, just for old time's sake, down for a photo?
My honor.
Anybody else want?
He wishes he was back in the good old days of Public Works Department.
So if you tolerate folks, can you guys make your way to the back? Yeah. Shorter people.
You still visible? Oh, always. One, two, three. Here we go.
What's next?
Next is a commendation for the 2024 Children's Bookmark Contest winners.
All right, we're going to give it 1 minute. All right, and we have Jennifer Driscoll from the Glendale Libraries, who's the Glendale Library Senior Library Supervisor of Children's Services. And then I believe we have the contest winners, if you want to come up.
And I'm ready. So, thank you, Mayor Asatrian, City Council members, city staff, and all the community members who are here today. As mentioned, I'm Jennifer Driscoll, the Senior Library Supervisor for Glendale Library Arts and Culture, and I'm joined here by Nicole Ramirez, one of our children's librarians and also the lead this year for our 2024 Library Bookmark Contest. Each year, the library invites children in preschool through 8th grade to design a bookmark based around that year's summer reading theme. The 2024 theme is Read, Renew, Repeat, and we encourage children to celebrate conservation, protecting planet Earth and all its animals, plants, and habitats through the artwork that the artist created for the bookmarks. We had 479 entries across all schools in GUSD and beyond. One winner from each grade level was selected by a panel of 3 judges, and the winning bookmarks will be distributed at all library sites beginning the first day of our 2024 summer reading program, June 1st. So we have 9 winners who are joining us here today. So when you hear your name, if you can please come up and we'll do the commendations. Did you want to read the names, Mayor?
Sure,
or should I?
I'm
Okay.
happy to do that. So for preschool, we have Gabrielle Mangoba. Kindergarten, Valentina Pena. First grade, Ruby Ying. Second grade is Lim Jinbachan. Third grade is Kayla Fo. So for fourth grade, Ellie Chun, but she's not here with us today, is my understanding. Fifth grade is Ariana Martirosyan. Sixth grade, Corinne Vendetti Kwan. Seventh grade is Ella de Gademar. And then eighth grade is Iva Shula Nur. Did I get it right? Will you be presenting what each of the bookmarks are, like we
Sure,
did last year, or?
So yes, so we have all the different bookmarks here today. So you can see we have our preschool winner. The theme, like we said, was all about read, renew, repeat. So all the designs are highlighting that. So you can also see them on the screen up there today. Those will be, I think, on rotation throughout the city as well. And on our website, you can get a closer look at all of our winners for the bookmark contest. And of course, starting June 1st, you can stop by your local Glendale Library Arts and Culture site and pick up your own set of bookmarks.
All right. If we can have you turn around.
Let's have you guys face this way for a second.
I'm going to read what's on the commendations that are going to be presented to each of you today. It's the mayor's commendation in recognition of your artistic contribution towards Glendale's Library Arts and Culture's 47th annual bookmark contest. Your artwork in this year's theme of Read, Renew, Repeat inspires others to care for our earth by sharing your vision of conservation, honoring our ecosystem, and celebrating nature and the library. We are honored to showcase your art in our community. We commend your talents and encourage you to continue to engage your creativity and read, renew, repeat as a citizen of Glendale. We are grateful to have you be part of the Glendale Library Arts and Culture's annual bookmark contest and an active reader and an artist in our community. So let's give him another round of applause. Does anyone want to say a few words about their artwork and why it's important? Anyone?
What inspired you? Why you participate?
I'm gonna start picking on you guys if someone doesn't come up. No? No? All right. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm gonna come down with the commendations. Thank you, and thank you to all the parents who I'm sure also spent time with the children putting this together and encouraging them, and to our library staff that have put this program together. I'm gonna come down now. All right. Oh, you want to say a few words, please? Go ahead.
You can go ahead. Well, I want to congratulate all of you and your parents, and also like to acknowledge Mr. Vanes Martirosyan, who's a professional boxer. I believe Ariana's father is a 2004 U.S. Olympian, continental champ, WBO intercontinental champion, WBC silver world champion, WBA international champion, NABF champion, WBO, NABO champion. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
Before I go down, do any of my colleagues want to say anything? Okay.
So congratulations to you guys all. Great job. And, don't stop drawing and creating and reading, most importantly. Thank you. And of course, welcome to Vanes. I remember when you participated in the Olympics, and I remember that tough round, but at least you lost to the person who won the silver medal. I guess some compensation. You're the pride of Glendale, and we're still proud of you. Thank you.
All right, and if family want to take a quick picture once we get this done, we'll pause for photo.
Oh, that's not this. Hold on. Oh, yes, it is.
Valentina.
Yes.
And then we've got Ruby.
This is
This
yours.
is Lynn's.
Hold on. This is a little bit out of order.
Just making sure you remember who you are.
Nope. Nope,
And
that's
then
not yours.
Ellie's is out today, so if you'd like me to take that, Mayor, I will hold it for you.
There you go. Alright.
Okay, make sure your bookmarks are in the front, guys. Can you hold your bookmarks in one hand and your commendation in the other?
Perfect. Are we too big? Do we want to?
I think, do we need to, all right, if everyone can take one squishy in, and let's let the mayor come right behind. Squishies, exactly.
A little closer, a little tighter. Excellent.
All smile, eyeballs front, say reading.
Reading.
Stay just like that, like we're going to get all their pictures in.
Got it?
Let me get one more. 1, 2, 3. There you guys go. Thank you.
Very proud of all of you.
I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time. And I also want to give a shout out to our judges who helped with this. So our Assistant Director of Glendale Library Arts and Cultures, Lessa Paleo Lozado, Elizabeth Harris with the Sustainability Program Analyst, and Chris Peplow from Park Services helped be our judges. I also want to thank our community partner, Maureen Palacios, who donated a $20 gift card to her bookstore Once Upon a Time to all the winners of the bookmark contest. So thank you so much to her for her acknowledgement, and thank you so much, Council, for you today.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next item, I did want to note that we will be adjourning the meeting in memory of Kathleen Marie Ketzinger, who, I'm sorry?
Kensinger.
Kensinger, all right. And we'll do that at the end, right? Okay. What's next?
Next are consent items, including minutes. The following are routine and may be acted upon by one motion. Any member of council or the audience requesting separate consideration may do so by making such request before motion is proposed.
I'll move the consent calendar if there are no objections.
Second?
Right, may we have roll call?
Yes, council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
On this item. Just so everyone is clear, one of the items that we voted on was the schedule of our regular meetings. So by looking at this agenda item, people will at least have some heads up as to what meetings are not going to occur and which ones are going to occur, and that we all unanimously approved it just now, and no single council member can cancel those meetings, as has sometimes been spread out there in the internet sphere as misinformation. Just to be on the record.
Well, I mean, if you are going to note that, I'm going to say that there were concerns raised that I canceled the first meeting as mayor. It was something that was flowing around on the internet that was set last year. And so there was no such action taken. So-
That's why, and hopefully somewhere on the city's website, aside from when the notices are posted, we'll have the full listing. Most of the time, the meetings are canceled following a holiday.
Right.
If the holiday falls on Monday, then we're dark on a Tuesday, and then there's a few other exceptions there. So just wanted to put that on the record. Yes,
Councilmember Kasakian, I wanted to make the clarification. I've moved away from calling it being canceled as to not having meetings. Canceling means we had a meeting and canceled it. So
Right.
tomato, tomato.
Right. Thank you. Next item?
Next item is city council and staff comments.
All right. Any of my colleagues have comments?
I suppose I will go first.
Go ahead.
If everybody's holding back, I don't know.
There's nothing on the,
You don't see any others? Okay. I just want to mention something that I experienced a few days ago. So last Wednesday, I think it was, I was attending an event put on by the YWCA out on Glen Oaks, kind of past where the DMV is. And I decided to, well, I rode my electric bike as I usually do. It's my general method of commuting and attending meetings. And I was riding back. I decided to take the Glen Oaks bike lane. I don't usually go on it, but I decided I would give it a try. And I was finding it already very harrowing. It's a narrow bike lane, and you're right up against the car doors. And so as people open their doors, you could get hit. So you have to keep your eye out. But what became a big problem to me is that I noticed that people were putting their trash cans out right in the middle of the bike lane, all the way down for a long stretch. And so I had to constantly weave out into the traffic. Now, I have a rear view mirror on my bike. I recommend anybody that rides a bike to have one. So I could see when there was traffic, when I could safely pull out. But there were a few times when I couldn't safely pull out and I had to stop. So I bring it up because if there were trash cans blocking a travel lane, you can be sure that our police department would be there very quickly to remove them. But when the cans are blocking the bike lane, no one really seems to care. It's just an example of how people that are trying to commute around the city on a bike are not considered. And there are a lot of other examples, and I've talked about these in the past, examples where just these little things that make it very difficult. One I've brought up in the past is signal detection. So when in many of our intersections you pull up on a bike and the signal will not notice you because you're too light, you're not a car. So the signal will stay red for you until either a car comes up or a pedestrian pushes the button, or you get off your bike, you walk over to the button, hope your bike doesn't fall over in the meantime, you push the button, you get back on your bike. You know, we wouldn't ask drivers to stop, turn off their car, get out and push a button for the light to change, would we? So again, these little things. And people ask, you know, why don't we see more people on bikes? Why don't we see more bike commuters? You know, would you do it? You know, it's just not very pleasant. I do it. I've been biking all my life. I'm comfortable with it. But I just kind of want, well, two things really for me to bring this up tonight. One, I would like to see staff look into the situation with trash cans being put out in the bike lane along that stretch or anywhere else. I think we have an enforcement issue there. But also I bring it up just, not just a bellyache, but to make the point that when people say we don't see a lot of bikes on the streets, think about why that might be the case. Think about cities that have a good bike network and you see lots of bikes out there. Just keep that in mind. That's it. Thanks.
Mr. Garpetian?
Yes, thank you. On item 6, again, it says community event announcement. I think we need to have that slash and oral communication so people would know that there is that 3-minute oral communication in the beginning of the meeting. I received so many phone calls on Brand Boulevard demonstration project, that bike lane. Just want to let everyone know that I had nothing to do with it. It was done before my time and it was installed before I got on the council. Good or bad, I don't take credit for it, or I don't take the blame for it. So, and also, speaking of biking, Mr. Bratman, I rode my bike this weekend too, on Glen Oaks, went all the way to Burbank where the high school is. Then you can punch through and get on San Fernando Road, has a bike lane, went to Victory, went over the freeway, got to Victory Boulevard, went all the way down to Hollywood Way in Burbank, which is the Chandler Street, and they have this really nice bike. It's professionally done. It's in the middle of the street. It's like 6 or 7 feet wide, two-way traffic for cyclists. Went over there, then I punched through, went all the way up to Sun Valley, and coming back, I took the back roads, and some of the back roads that are parallel to major streets, like Glen Oaks, there's Glenwood, there is Stalker, there is Mountain, there's Kenneth. They're a lot more pleasant to ride your bike. It's more, it's shadier, there's slow traffic, it's stop and go. Every intersection has either a stop sign or a traffic light. It's much safer. So I felt a lot safer on the side streets. But I took Glen Oaks all the way to Burbank. So I think there are pros and cons to everything. I think we need to improve our bicycle transportation or bicycle facilities, but we need to be cognizant of the fact of, how the traffic moves around the city. And that's all I have for today. Thank you so much.
Right. You don't have any comments? Okay. I do have a couple of things. I had the opportunity to go to the Armenian Fairy Tales event that we sponsored as a city at the Alex Theater, and I have to say it was one of the most whimsical, high caliber productions I had seen. They actually engage students through their program. It made me kind of think about maybe doing something in partnership with them in one of our parks for the summertime. So I'm going to be reaching out to our park staff for us to schedule something. Maybe we can partner with them on this, which also reminded me about a year ago or a year and a half ago at this point, I had put together a meeting with Indie Shakes to try to bring Shakespeare in the park as part of programming. I don't know where we're at with that, but I know summer is right around the corner, and if it's not in the summer months, at least, the weather allows for us to do it all the way to October, I believe. October tends to be a hot month too, so it doesn't have to be in the summer, but those are two things I'd like for us to have some sort of report back on. And then this afternoon, during the budget session, I brought up starting or looking at a first-time homebuyers program. I know that was part of the budget discussion, but I don't know if it requires for us to agendize for a future meeting. So if we can have that at the next meeting for me to get the 3 votes, that would be great. That's all I have. All right, do staff have any comments? Okay. Seeing none, let's move on to the next item.
Next is community event announcements. Madam Mayor, we have 5 speaker cards.
To Mr. Garpetian's point, I did request that we we add the oral communication portion to the agenda. If we can please do that.
Look into getting that for next meeting. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, and making sure the cards are also updated, that this can also be used for oral communication. Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Our
if I
first
could just-
speaker is Salem Magdaleno. You have 3 minutes.
Dear Glendale City Council, whereas the 2020 Sundown Resolution states the City of Glendale will promote inclusion and equity and will stand up to bigotry, hatred, intolerance, racism, and violence, and then has not done this for their queer community. Whereas every tenet in Glendale's 2020 Pride Proclamation was canceled the same month it was presented when the city chose to accommodate hate and cancel Pride. Whereas a year has passed and the city of Glendale has never followed up or undertook a single action to reinstate their commitments listed in that proclamation. Whereas LGBTQIA+ students, families, educators, and community members have been the continual target of the hate and harassment in Glendale for more than a year. Whereas LGBTQIA+ persons and community allies are being doxxed, targeted, threatened, and physically and verbally harassed in their neighborhoods, at their jobs, and at city meetings. Whereas your queer community recognizes we've been deemed a negotiable commodity, while homophobic speech comments are regularly accepted in chambers, minus council rebuke, pushback, or retaliation. Whereas the city of Glendale continues to view LGBTQIA+ hate as a permissible allowance of differing opinions. And whereas queer and questioning students in our school district are watching. We are saying enough. Enough complacency. Enough empty proclamations. Enough complicit non-action. Enough compromising the public safety of queer and ally residents. Enough. Show up. Say something. Do something, enact something, end the normalization of queer hate in Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alicia Harris.
Evening. I am a teacher and co-advisor of the GSA at Crescenta Valley High School and a proud member of Glendale Out. I rise this evening in solidarity with community members advancing Project Protect. The proclamation is partially in response to the one read by your council last year. In it, you wrote that you pledge to continue to support organizations such as Gallus and Glendale Out, and to work to support educators and professionals who work to ensure children and families in the community feel accepted and safe. You read this while bigots rioted down the street in the parking lot of the school board. Yet despite the weighty goals laid out in the proclamation and the magnitude of the moment illustrated blocks away, you failed to take any action to support the LGBTQ+ community this past year. Rather than supporting the community when they were most in need, you sought to minimize the fun for attendees at our Glendale Pride by banning certain activities, yet had the audacity to show up for photo ops. You could not take time to send any part of a week of activities for Solidarity Week, yet took hours a week later to legitimize a hateful podcast spewing absurdities about the trans community. You reneged on promises to the Glendale teachers to endorse their pro-inclusivity candidates in the recent election, and you have sought to limit inclusive library programming. You have failed to heed Martin Luther King's prophetic words in his letter from a Birmingham jail, pronouncing that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, pardon me. To me and my students who study King's letter annually, the most powerful part is the section on the white moderates. He wrote, "I have reached almost the regrettable conclusion that the Black community's greatest stumbling block in his stride toward freedom is not the white citizens counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate, who is devoted more to order than to justice." King continues, "The white moderate who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with you with your methods. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Mayor Asatryan, Council members Brotman and Kasakian, you have offered such shallow understanding identifying as allies, but have done nothing to advance the quality of life or safety needs for the community in Glendale. You have failed to be the leaders we continue to trust you can and wish to be. Councilmember Brotman, your strong comments at recent meetings, dispelling lies propagated by a fellow council member, are a good start. I will use your words right now to the three of you. There is still time to make things right. As noted in our proclamation, we are saying enough. We demand you use your platform and your leadership to do something. Show up, say something, do something, enact something, end the normalization of queer hate in Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beth Bellin.
Okay, hello, Mayor and Council. Last week included Bike to Work Day, and yet, as usual, the school drop-off was choked with cars outside Roosevelt Middle School. Over 850 students and faculty and staff are at this school during the week, yet I counted no more than 10 bikes in the secure bike storage area on a typical day. I would like to raise the issue of pedestrian safety around all of our public school sites in Glendale. I am most familiar with the schools my child has attended or currently attends, and I am sure those of you on the dais who attended GUSD schools or have children in them share this concern. Poor crosswalk design, lack of enforcement, and dangerous driving are common in all of these school settings. Schools that were originally designed 100 years ago when kids walked to their neighborhood school and when Glendale was much smaller or had busing need serious upgrades to sidewalks, crosswalk design, and yes, enforcement. Students exit cars in the middle of the street, crossing in front of 2 lanes of traffic. Parents and cars fully block streets, backing up traffic into crosswalks, forcing children to move in between vehicles. Drivers yell and scream at school personnel, forcing children at crossing guards who attempt to enforce the traffic patterns. In short, it's a chaotic, dangerous mess that is not working and puts our entire community at risk daily. Given that it's National Public Works Week, my timing could not be better. In the past 3 years, we parents of GUSD kids have heard a lot of ill-founded concern for student safety around imaginary curricula and coursework. The fact of the matter is that the most dangerous part of the school day for all 25,000 students, no matter if they are in La Crescenta or South Glendale, is the 15 minutes of drop-off and pickup that happen outside schools each day. Glendale schools have already had at least one unspeakable tragic death that I know of in a 2008 crosswalk at Toll Middle School. An 11-year-old girl was struck and killed by a distracted driver. We have many more near misses and injuries in crosswalks near schools in Glendale. How many more will it take? I'm asking the city to truly prioritize safety around our public schools. I have also asked GUSD. Both have responded that they will look into it, and I'm grateful for that. But I don't really care who does it, as long as the fixing gets done. The first day of the next school year is August 21st.
Thank you. Our next public comment is by Michael Matsuda.
Greetings, Mayor and City Council. My name is Michael Matsuda. I'm president and founder of the Martial Arts History Museum, now relocated here in the great city of Glendale. I'm having them play this video of the museum so you don't have to look at me the whole time. So if you can play it, that'd be great. Whoever's ever hitting the button to play it. Anybody? Well, that's going. This is our 25th year of the museum. For the last 14 years, we resided in Burbank, and we were honored to be part of that community. As of April of this year, we opened our doors at 201 North Brand Boulevard, Suite B100, in the basement of the 85 Degree Bakery in the former Woolworth building. The Martial Arts History Museum isn't just about the punch and kick. Rather, it is an educational and cultural facility teaching about Asian art, music, culture, history, tradition, and we use the martial arts as our connection to each Asian country. But now that we're in Glendale, we have been able to lease out a significantly larger facility that will allow us to expand to diverse cultures. Through our doors, visitors will not only experience China, Japan, Korea, Thailand, the Philippines, Hawaii, but they will now enjoy our new sections on Armenian arts, Native American arts, Scottish arts, European arts, Latin American arts, African arts, and more. We also focus on the impact the martial arts had on animation, film, and even the world of Walt Disney. The museum has been a wonderful part of Burbank as we hosted Anti-Asian Hate Days, women's empowerment classes, arts exhibits, book signings, movie premieres, and more. We also collected uniforms and distributed to those who could not afford them, and we hosted CPR classes, introduction seminars to how to be a photographer, write a book, and how to make money on YouTube, all free to those who lost their jobs. The museum needs to be an essential part of the community, a place where people can gather and experience how the art played an historical role in not just America, but around the world. With this museum in Glendale, we will have our own museum row with the Armenian Museum, the Neon Museum, and now with us, walking distance. Since we take up nearly the entire basement, we have applied for a variance for signage outside the building on Brand Boulevard. We hope you will consider it as we can better serve the city of Glendale. In fact, we're having a Glendale City Employee Day on June 1st so that all of you and all your families can come visit the museum. And on June 8th, Willie Ito, a Disney artist, will have a special lecture on the museum. That's it. Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions?
What are the hours of the museum?
The museum is open Wednesday through Sunday, 11 to 6. So we're only closed Monday and Tuesday.
Firstly, Mike, I want to say congratulations. I know you've been hard at work at this.
Thank you, sir.
When did you open, and are you doing an official groundbreaking? Or ribbon cutting, I mean, because I don't remember seeing one or being invited to one, but.
Excellent question. Well, we wanted to open the doors first. That way people know we were there. So we had a soft opening, not a grand opening, a soft opening. This is our 5th week now in Glendale. So it just has a soft opening. But while we're working with the variants to get the sign up, that's when we're going to plan our grand opening. That's when we're going to invite all the stars, all you guys. We'll have lion dancing, we'll have stars there, we'll have celebrities there. It'll be a big fanfare. So that's coming up. But I just wanted to open the doors at least. So now we've been here 5 weeks, and we're just starting our events and having our great event, a great time. And we're having a big convention coming up, a Dragon Fest, which is here in Glendale as well.
Okay, wonderful. Well, congratulations again.
I did see that you hosted a free museum day for API Heritage Month, so thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. We are having a Veterans Day coming up and other days that we do host. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah. And let me just add that when you said Willie Ito will be there when?
On June the 8th.
Okay, so he's a groundbreaking Japanese American animator who did a lot of work for Disney, then went over to Hanna-Barbera, all the classics, did Josie and the Pussycats and a bunch of other cartoons that were really popular, the Gummy Bears.
Right.
And most importantly, he actually grew up or lived in an internment camp.
That's correct. Yeah, he even made Hong Kong Phooey.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's going to share his experience as a lecturer, and we do a lot of that at the museum, a lecture about the internment camp and then how he survived through that and became a very successful
He's 89 years old. I think he's traveling down just for this, and we appreciate having the museum here in Glendale. Congratulations on your soft opening. And for anyone watching who's looking for something to do in Glendale, grab dinner, then go or lunch, and then go visit the Martial Arts Museum.
There you go. Love it.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final public comment, oral communication is Mike Mohill.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. Before I start my speech, and all due respect, Mayor, you said, according to your rule last week, there's a 3-minute oral communication and there's a 5-minute. The first people spoke here for about 10 minutes. You broke your first rule. Hello? Then you have this young man with the museum, back and forth. There's not supposed to be any back and forth during oral communication. You're breaking your own rules again. So what is it? Mayor, council members, in all due respect, I guess I can speak here for a half an hour. The first group spoke for a half an hour. They had their 13 people. They made their point, how they felt that they were being hated by people. I'd like to know who these hate people are. Ask the chief of police, how many hate crimes are there against the gay people in this community? I'd like to see those numbers before they come before here and say they're being hated upon. For my friends say, it's not the truth. They're the ones who spear all this hatred. Now I'd like to give my speech of my 3 minutes, if I may. Would you please set the clock?
No. Mr. Mohill, please go ahead. You get 3 minutes.
Now you're changing the rules again.
I'm not.
Yes, you just gave the other people 10 minutes.
I'm not going to
that
have it
first
back
group.
and forth, Mr. Mohill.
I hear it. Okay, we're the bike riders in the city, okay? We are a car society, okay? I've seen bike riders riding in the middle of Brand Boulevard in the so-called bike lane area. I go to the dentist in that area. The hygienist there were 3 accidents in front of the office on Brand Boulevard, okay? Cars are sticking out into the driving lane, okay? Because there's not enough space. The bike lanes are a joke. People hate it. Even bike riders. I've talked with a couple of bike riders. They're riding not on Brand. They're riding on the side streets and stuff. It's safer, okay? Fire trucks. They can't move on Brand Boulevard now, North Brand. And the buses. Go on Instagram, James Clark Instagram, and they'll show pictures that this North Brand disaster. Mr. Brotman has already left the room again, Councilman, because he knows I'm going to be talking about him probably. Coward. Coward, coward, coward. The dictator of Glendale, Dan Brotman. So let's keep the rules correct. 3 minutes or 5 minutes. Don't play favorites, Mayor. You're playing favorites tonight because you let that first group out here for at least 5 or 10 minutes to get their message out. That is not fair. You're playing favorites. And I got 9 more seconds, and I'll give it to you.
City Clerk Abajian, did we not give each speaker 3 minutes?
We gave each speaker 3 minutes, and in fact, the first speaker took less than 3 minutes to make their point.
Okay, and everybody that spoke turned in a card separately?
That's right. No, but they didn't speak. Only 2 people turned in cards, and only 2 people spoke.
Okay, thank you.
And just to be clear, council can ask, Mr. Mohill, council can ask questions of the speaker, if I'm not mistaken, to a limited, that's always been the rule, but to a limited degree, council can inquire of the speaker. So that was the question between.
We're not going to have this go back and forth. Now you are having.
Madam Mayor, speaker's out of order.
Mr. Mohill, you had your 3 minutes. Do we have more? Do we have, Mr. Mohill?
Well, that was all.
All right. No callers?
Callers, just 5 speaker cards.
Great. Okay, next item?
Next item is adoption of ordinances. Item 7A, community development regarding ordinance adopting the 2022 California Building Code as Volume 1A, the 2022 California Residential Code as Volume 1B, the 2022 California Existing Building Code as Volume 1C, the 2022 California Plumbing Code as Volume 2, the 2022 California Mechanical Code as Volume 3, the 2022 California Electrical Code as Volume 4, the 1997 Uniform Housing Code as Volume 5, the 2022 California Fire Code as Volume 6, the Glendale Security Code as Volume 7, and the Glendale Commercial Industrial Property Maintenance Code as Volume 8, and the 2022 California Green Building Standards Code as Volume 9, all of which comprise the Building and Safety Code of the City of Glendale 2023, introduced on May 14th, 2024 by Councilmember Garpetian.
All right. We don't need a report on this, right?
Don't
Can
have a
we-
report,
can we just
Madam Mayor. It was
vote?
introduced last week.
Can I get a motion in a second?
I move 7A.
I'll second it.
Roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatrian.
Yes. Next item?
Next are action items. Action item A, Glendale Water and Power regarding introduction of ordinance authorizing issuance of electric revenue bonds. One ordinance authorizing issuance of electric revenue bonds, 2024 second series.
All right. Welcome.
Make sure that's on. Thank you.
Did you want to comment?
I was going to introduce it, but since Mr. Mellon's at the microphone, I'll let him run through a brief presentation.
Very brief. Good evening, Mayor Satrian, members of the council. My name is Scott Mellon. I'm Assistant General Manager of Power Management at Glendale Water and Power. And I'm here to present the ordinance authorizing issuance of electrical revenue bonds 2024 second series. Start off with a little background. Just want to quickly cover this. As council may recall, there are several recently approved Glendale Water and Power projects that require funding. These three that are up here are a few of the most significant. The Grayson Repower project that was approved by council in December 2022, that's estimated at about $600 million. Shoal Canyon Biogas project that was approved in January 2023, estimated at about $74 million. And the city-owned solar development program that was approved in November 2023, estimated at about $11 million. That's assuming we get the max investment tax credit of about 30%. Also approved in November 2023 were the electric rate adjustments. These adjustments were required to meet lending criteria in order to issue electric revenue bonds funding these and other capital projects. Since we have committed to these and other projects, and the rate increases went into effect in January of this year, with the second rate increases occurring in July of this year, our next steps are to continue with the three tranche approach agreed to with council and issue the second tranche of bonds in order to continue to finance these projects. As discussed in the rate presentations in November last year, we plan to issue three tranches of bonds as this was the best way to mitigate the rate increases. The first ordinance covered the first tranche of $166 million. That closed in February of this year. The second ordinance being presented to council today for introduction is for an additional $166 million and is planned to close sometime in August. In about a year, we'll be coming back to council for approval of the final ordinance for the third tranche of bonds for the final $166 million. Looking out at the calendar, we currently have rating agency meetings scheduled for July 19th, followed by a competitive sale of the bonds on July 31st, and closing of the sales on August 14th. For tonight, we're asking that the council introduce the ordinance authorizing issuance of electric revenue bonds 2024 second series. And I'm available for any questions.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Najarian.
Thank you. Couldn't hit the button fast enough. When will these bonds be priced?
They'll be
July?
priced right after the agency, so it'll be July, August timeframe.
In that July frame?
Yeah.
So things are looking pretty good in terms of interest rates? Are we seeing a slow decline in rates that would
There is a
save
slow
us on-
decline, but we saw a slow decline just before the last time we issued, and we were still around 5%. So the variation in what we're seeing in the market will probably put us about 5% again, but we're always looking for an opportunity to pull the trigger at a better rate.
And remind me what we were rated. Double A something?
Yeah, there are two different agencies that rated us. We were, I think the second high, we were A- on one and a double A on the other, if I recall correctly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Kasakian.
And so in terms of the market is fluctuating, everyone's keeping their eyes on interest rates. If the rates drop significantly enough, we do have the ability to refinance.
I believe we do. We're not looking at that right now because we aren't seeing that in the future, but obviously if that happens.
I'm just trying to be as optimistic as possible.
I like your optimism.
All right.
So, but
We
yes,
can
we
only
would
hope.
definitely consider doing a refinancing if it dropped significantly.
We
enough.
have to do this now because we
do have to do it now because we have
But
spending.
we also have the ability, if rates drop enough to justify the costs associated with it, to be able to refinance.
Yes.
Perfect. All right.
All right. No further questions?
Do you want an introduction?
Sure.
All right. This is an introduction. Go ahead.
Mayor Satrian, I have a public comment card.
Sure.
Mike Mohill.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. You shall all be proud that you just went ahead on this bond, indebted the children and the grandchildren in this room with this goddamn debt bond. It's a bond debt because you all failed, this council and the previous council. You did monkey business with Grayson plant, the power plant, all that good stuff. This should never be a bond. This should never be this is a failure on this council and the previous council. People in the viewing audience, when you go to the polls next time, remember these 5 people when they vote for this bond. Because you are going to be paying for it. Bonds are borrowed money. You know, in Glendale, we cannot control what goes on in Sacramento as far as finances are concerned, or what goes on in Washington, D.C. But we can control what goes on in the city of Glendale. And people in the viewing audience, remember these 5 people. Because if they pass this bond, Mr. Brockman, are you leaving again? Talking to somebody, as usual, very rude as usual. People in the viewing audience, Councilman Dan Brockman is the most rude council person in this chamber. He goes to the back room when he doesn't want to hear somebody, or he talks to somebody else, or he reads his email, or he goes to his cell phone. This is an example of who you don't want to have on council next time. When he's up for re-election, remember his name, the dictator of Glendale, Dan Brockman. Thank you.
I would like to make a quick comment. I do need to relieve myself from time to time, and I try to find those moments when I'm not going to miss anything of importance.
Right. You're not 82, hello?
Do we have an introduction?
Yes, I'll introduce the ordinance.
All right. Next item.
Yeah, Mike.
Mike.
Thank you. Next is action item B, police regarding police department mobile command post designed to provide emergency command and control without interruptions during large-scale events to include natural disasters, pre-planned events, critical incident response, and acts of domestic terrorism. 1, resolution to dispense with competitive bidding and authorize the city manager or his designee to enter into a contract with LDV Specialty Vehicles for the design, engineering, and construction of a purpose-built mobile command post in the amount not to exceed $1,885,620. 2, resolution of appropriation.
Your time is up. Do we have a presentation, Mr. Galanian?
Yes, Mayor, Sergeant, Member City Council, Lieutenant Sean Riley will make the presentation and seek adoption of 2 resolutions.
Great.
Lieutenant.
Welcome, sir. Did GW take it?
That one? Perfect. Good evening. Mayor Satrian, City Council member, City staff. I'm Lieutenant Sean Riley with the Police Department. This evening for your consideration is a resolution appropriating $764,393 from the Police Asset Forfeiture Fund and a resolution to dispense with competitive bidding and award the contract to LDV Specialty Vehicles. So a mobile command post, the key uses and benefits to our community, crime scene response and management, pre-planned events that we have coming to our region will be World Cup in 26, Summer Olympics in 28, other natural disasters, terrorism incidents, and then continuity of services. And what that means is if we can't operate out of our building, we could use this mobile command post to operate police emergency services out of, including dispatch, sending feeds, video feeds back and forth to the real-time intelligence center, things like that. So a quick overview. In fall of 2022, the department organized a committee to research and propose a replacement to the department's current mobile command post, which has reached its end of life quite some time ago. And we did multiple partner agency site visits, met with a number of subject matter experts in this field that have built and outfitted command posts. And what we came up with is that LDV is the vendor that's best positioned to deliver a mobile command post that will serve the city for the next 2 decades. It's a little bit about LDV Specialty Vehicles. They're the largest supplier of custom specialty vehicles in North America. They've already delivered 170 of these vehicles to California public agencies. And they're chosen by most of all regional partners to build their mobile command posts. LAPD, Sheriff's Department, Long Beach, Pasadena, Santa Monica, Torrance, Riverside Sheriffs, and that's just to name a few of them. And the reason they deliver a vehicle that is going to work really well for our police department is they have some things that the other vendors out there don't. And one of them is they have an automation system for setup and set down of the vehicle, which allows it to automatically go through the process of moving out the slides, setting up the electrical systems, things like that. It's a very complex vehicle that has a lot of technology and automation in it that has to be set up, again, in a certain way, taken down in a certain way to ensure there's no damage to the vehicle. And so one of the tough things about an agency our size is we don't have people that are dedicated to this vehicle 100% of the time, so we have to have a committee of folks that are all trained on this. So having an automation system that is walk-through, play-by-play, is extremely important, and they're the only ones that have this particular solution. Another thing that they have that the other vendors do not have is flat floor slide outs, which make the room much more usable and takes away tripping hazards inside of the actual command post. With staffs in there working, doing things, we're gonna have dispatchers in there, other folks, command staff making decisions, running an emergency incident, so that becomes very important as well. And lastly, they have a stair system that allows for safe ingress and egress from that vehicle on 3 different sides of it, okay? So I really can't overstate the importance of some of these features that, again, are specific to LDV vehicles. So the fiscal impact of this will be, we're asking for the approval of 2 resolutions from you all tonight, an appropriation of $764,393 from the Police Asset Forfeiture Fund, and a resolution requesting authorization for the city manager to dispense with competitive bidding and enter into a contract with LDV Specialty Vehicles for the design, build, and construction of the mobile command post. So final overview of the project. The total project cost is a little over $2 million, $2.257 million. The vast majority of that funding is coming from the Police Asset Forfeiture Fund. With a couple small exceptions, $255,000 of the IT equipment is coming from a UASI grant that we were awarded recently. And then lastly, we have $82,000 that was already allocated funding in the wireless fund, which will be carried over, and it was from funding that was approved this year. So again, a vast majority of the funding is coming from the asset forfeiture from the police department, minus those 2 things. And with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Wasn't there a reduction for the wireless fund for the upcoming year? Right?
Wireless fund?
Yeah. From the budget session today.
It's the Bradford.
I remember these things.
Mayor Satria, members of council, that is actually correct. But this was, they had budgeted for a huge replacement of radios in 23-24. They're just buying less radios this year, and that was the decrease.
Okay. All right, so the funding, I mean, what they're requesting for is already
It's
in
already
the
in
funding.
there. It's already in their budget. Yep.
Okay, all right. And then what about the maintenance part? For
The maintenance
future?
part of the vehicle?
Yeah.
The vehicle will be maintenance through our normal budget every year. And then it also will be, we're going to work with Public Works to depreciate the vehicle so that we can replace it at the end of the 20 years, its lifespan.
Okay. Councilmember Kasakian?
Thank you. Lieutenant Riley, thank you for that presentation. This is, I think, overdue and important for our department and a city of our size to have it. We hope you never have to use it, but unfortunately, life and circumstances are such where we'll probably end up using it at some point. It could be anything from brush fires to more serious incident. This, for the cost that it is, comes completely fitted out for your needs. So there's no additional cost that's going to come for this other than minor maintenance costs as any vehicle would, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And what happens, remind me, what happens to the previous vehicle?
I believe, so it was bought with some asset forfeiture funds as well. I'm sorry, with some grant monies as well, so we're going to have to dispose of it through that process.
And what does that entail? What does that mean? Is it not no longer usable, and could another agency or someone not
Yeah, we would
use
give it to another agency or donate it to another agency that could use it.
Okay, well, let's revisit that and perhaps put our heads together. There may be some agencies that could have use for it that are located, sister cities or someone else, but appreciate you coming and giving this presentation today.
Thank you.
Councilmember Najarian?
So I understand it's got a lot of technology in there, but it comes at a pretty high price tag. Why don't you get a couple, tour buses and fit those out and maybe save some money? Did you consider, I'm being facetious, but did you consider an alternative to the standard, semi-cab with chassis and then the box on top of the chassis?
Yeah, we looked at a number of different alternatives, and one of the alternatives we looked at was actually retrofitting our current model one that we have, and that would have actually been more expensive than buying this new one. And there are some different variations on the looks and the style of them, but at the end of the day, they all have the same technology going into them, and that's where a bulk of the money comes from. So we found a platform that is wide enough and big enough. One of the things that this particular vehicle has is 4 slide outs. So 2 on each side of the vehicle, which really makes it a very large space inside, which allows for conference areas, dispatch areas, workstations. And then the plan eventually would be to have it set up so that we could add large tents to the side of it so that we could do mobile booking stations and things like that if we needed.
So you could do booking?
Absolutely.
Like on the checkpoint type of thing? Is this the type of vehicle you'd have nearby in case you were going to be booking the DUI suspects and whatnot?
Absolutely. We would use it for everyday things like that. We'd use it for crime scene management response. We would use it for civil unrest response, all types of pre-planned events to include, again, we've got Summer Olympics coming in 28, World Cup in 26. Those will be events that we will have to participate in and be ready to be able to not only communicate with our partner agencies, but be able to support police operations during those times.
So do you borrow an engineer from the fire department to do the rig, or you guys are trained, you'll be trained in that?
We're going to have a hybrid of police officers, some public works folks, and some firefighters that are all trained on being able to take that thing out
Yeah, I
to where we
imagine
need it
it's
to.
pretty complicated to maneuver around, but
Yeah, and that's one of the huge things about the importance of the automation system with leveling jacks and how to start up computers and take them down. It becomes really vital that it's easy and it's touch play because people aren't going to be using it as much as somebody who would be regularly assigned to something like that.
Councilmember Najarian and the rest of the council, if you like, I'm pretty sure Lieutenant Riley would be happy to give you a tour when
I'd like that.
It'll be a good start.
See what goes on. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No other questions? I am going to just take this opportunity to say thank you to the chief and to the staff. I actually had an opportunity, it has nothing to do with this item, but since you guys are up here, but I had a chance to go up on our helicopter and got to visit our air support team. I actually had no idea how intricately the air support team works with our police officers on the ground, and it was extremely impressive. And there were a lot of cool gadgets inside the, but it's just very interesting to see how, especially for the calls that, you know, waiting for police officers to actually get there, how the air support was actually using their time to be helpful to the folks on the ground. And so just wanted to say thank you for that. And with that, do we have a?
I move 8B1 and 2. Oh, has a
You have a
card?
public
We have a
comment.
card, sir. Thank you for your presentation.
Mike Mohill.
Evening, council members. Again, my name is Mike Mohill. I'd like to take my hat off to our wonderful Glendale Police Department. They do a fantastic job. They're there when we want them. Now, I can remember a few years back that there were people on this council who supported Black Lives Matter. And Black Lives Matter called for what? Defunding the police department. And police officers were leaving not only Glendale Police Department, but all over the country. Because why? They were not getting respect. The word is respect, council members. If you have to earn respect, you don't demand it. I think they've earned it. They're always here when we need them. At least not for me, I hope not. But I want to take my hat off to them because their job is dangerous. We think, you know, it takes a certain mentality who want to be a police officer and put your life at risk every day when you leave. You know, the spouses of these police officers, they don't know if they're going to come home that night in one piece or whatever. It's dangerous job. I wouldn't want that job. I'm a coward, first to admit it. But these are our brave men and women in our police department, and I want to thank them. Thank you.
Are you supporting this item, sir?
What's that?
Or just comments? Okay.
That's all.
All right.
I move 8. If there are no other comments or questions, I move 8B1 and 2.
I'll second.
All right, roll call.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Karpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Before you move on to the next item, I just want to make sure that it's clear that people that come up to speak on agenda items have to stick to the actual agenda item. All right?
Thank you. Action item C, Public Works regarding La Crescenta Avenue Rehabilitation Project Construction Contract Alternatives. 1, resolution rejecting all bids received for the La Crescenta Avenue Rehabilitation Project, adopting updated plans and specifications for the La Crescenta Avenue Rehabilitation Project, specification number 3829R, and directing the city clerk to re-advertise for bids. 2, motion awarding a construction contract to Toro Enterprises, Inc. In the amount of $15,433,821, approving a 10% contract contingency in the amount of $1,543,382, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the contract. 3, resolution of appropriation to appropriate funds in the amount of $14,797,447 for the La Crescenta Avenue Rehabilitation Project.
Mr. Galanian.
Yes, Mayor Asatryan, Member City Council. Since the last time that staff brought a report to you on the La Crescenta Avenue Rehabilitation Project, since then they have received bids. However, because of the increased cost of numerous multimodal transportation improvements embedded and integrated part of this project, staff has identified some additional external, namely Measure R funding opportunities that can apply for, and ultimately will free up $3 million in funds that can be used towards other transportation projects. And the recommendation is to reject the bids received and to modify the project and re-advertise.
So
with that,
why are we getting a presentation if it's just for the
I was
the
going.
issuance of bids?
Mayor Satrian, the presentation is going to be brief. It will cover a short background as a refresher, and primarily because we have a new council member, so Mr. Councilmember Karpetian will know the history and the background, and then we'll provide alternatives that staff's recommending.
Mr. Garpetian, did you get a staff brief? Do you need this presentation?
I have some comments and questions.
Okay.
regarding the project itself.
I'm just trying to see if you do need it, then I'm happy to have staff go through it, but if not, then.
Let's have some quick presentation.
Go ahead.
All right, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Galayan. Good evening, Mayor Satrian and members of City Council. I promise I'll be brief on the presentation. This is an update on our La Crescenta Avenue Rehabilitation Project and where we're at currently. A quick project background and purpose of the La Crescenta Avenue project. It was guided by our capital improvement program and our pavement management program that was updated in 2021. It recommended La Crescenta for roadway rehabilitation. And there's also additional project goals that are active transportation related to improve corridor safety by reducing speeds and collisions, promote walking and bicycling throughout the corridor, improving access to transit, encouraging shared mobility, and improving ADA access throughout the corridor and at intersections. The project is located on La Crescenta Avenue between Montrose Avenue to the north and Verdugo to the south. Existing corridor conditions, we have 2 lanes of travel in each direction for approximately 1.6 miles. On-street parking is allowed throughout the corridor. There's 5 signalized intersections. Most of the corridor, as you know, is residential, with some commercial north of Honolulu. Fremont Elementary School is located in this corridor, adjacent to it. Verdugo Wash is located on the south half of the corridor, on the west side. Numerous HOAs are included along La Crescenta Avenue and in the corresponding community. And some notable facts, the 85th percentile as measured is 45 miles per hour northbound and 46 miles per hour southbound. And the posted speed limit is 40 miles per hour. And the total number of collisions in the past 10 years round out to about 152. That's as of April 20, as of April 2020. And thanks to our police department and our staff, we were able to obtain additional data, and there's an additional 19 collisions until June of 2023. So the post-project corridor conditions, what we're envisioning La Crescenta to look like once the project is complete, we will be removing a travel lane in each direction and installing a center two-way left turn lane, as well as protected and bicycle facilities on each side. The project is estimated to reduce collisions by 30% over a 20-year period based on the Caltrans Local Roadway Safety Manual. It's going to have a projected reduction in speeds due to the adjustments in the roadway service levels. Intersection safety, pedestrian safety, connectivity is all going to be improved. There will be removal at specific parking locations to enhance sight distance within the current occupancy rates of the corridor. There's going to be an additional traffic signal installed at Oakmont View. It was warranted and studied by our staff. There will be a new pedestrian hybrid beacon installed at Piedmont Avenue, and there'll also be a new signalized bicycle crossing located mid-block between Las Palmas and Arlington Drive. The current project status is that we advertised this project on February the 6th. We had a bid opening on March 27th. We received 5 bids. The lowest bidder was Toro Enterprises in the amount of $15.433 million. The total project cost, including contingency and construction management, rounds out to about $17.7 million. Staff's recommendation tonight is to reject the bids and re-advertise the project for the reasons that the city manager stated. We have an existing appropriation of about $3 million, and we need an additional appropriation of about $14.7 million. However, due to the increase in the multimodal components, we've identified additional funding from Measure R sub-regional funds that we can utilize. We've been approved by the Metro Board, and we're on their July board meeting for the additional $3 million. That will save us in state gas tax funds and Measure M funds. You also have an alternative 1 to award the project as the bid opening stands. Existing appropriation is at $3 million, and we'd be asking for about $14.7 million in additional appropriations. With that, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
All right. How many speakers do we have?
Mayor Satrian, we have 15 speaker cards and also callers together.
Okay. Mr. Galanian, I just want clarification. We're not rehashing the whole project today, right? The whole point is whether or not we reject the bid and have staff apply for that additional 3 million or approve or whatever else we want to do.
Mayor Asatrian, the staff's recommendation, as you heard, Mr. Oganessian, was to reject the bids we've received, re-advertise, redesign, re-advertise, and apply for Metro's Measure R funding. There is another alternative that you can accept the bids as council and move forward with the project. But we also have the standard alternative. Council can decide alternatives that not offered by or recommended by staff.
Okay. Provided that we already, I remember the meeting that this was, we made the decision at. I'm going to limit the comments to 1 minute for each speaker. This is my turn to speak, sir. And then the number of speakers, I don't know if we need to give guidance on, I guess they can say whatever they want as it pertains to this item, right?
Would the
yeah.
chair reconsider that? These people have come to speak to this, and you yourself, when you came on council, said, this is something I never voted for, and we entertained any discussion that you wish to have on things like Grayson and other items.
Well,
Mr. Garpetian is new, and I'm sure he might want to hear from the speakers who have come here, and 1 minute is kind of short. I just asked you to
Mr. Hop,
consider that.
so if I may, before you continue, that is why I asked if you wanted the presentation. Do you want to hear more than 1 minute?
Yes.
Is 2 minutes?
If I may, Madam Mayor, I think we often talk about the public outreach.
Right.
And why there was, I don't know, 23,000 mailers out and nobody showed up or nobody made a comment. I think this is a perfect example as to why. And I want to hear from them and their reasoning as to why they didn't respond to an important project like this that is in front of their houses, in front of their properties. And also like to, maybe before the public starts, maybe ask a couple of questions from staff on our public outreach process. So we would know why people are, I received so many emails and phone calls and texts and everything else from the public on this specific item, not because of the traffic lane is being removed only or because of the bike lanes only, or because of the total presentation, the outreach that we had with the members of the community. So I would like to ask maybe a couple of questions, then we can go to the
so,
public. I would give them the 3 minutes. I don't think they all would take the 3 minutes, but I would just let them speak. And because we often say they don't show up and speak, now they're here, we're telling them,
So
you can do so. And I don't think it's right.
We'll go with 2 minutes for each speaker, and the first. So I'm going to ask anybody that's speaking out of turn that's sitting there to please stay quiet so you're not disturbing the meeting. You will have your opportunity to speak when you're at the podium. Thank you.
May I ask a couple
Please
of
go ahead, ask
questions?
any
Yeah.
questions you like.
And this is nothing against anybody, because I went through even the staff report that we have. And my understanding is, I found out about this at our briefing, that there is a 20% public parking or parking reduction on the street. And I don't think any of them knew about it, because none of our marketing material mentioned that. There is also a lane reduction or removal of traffic lanes that none of our public outreach material, there was a mention of it anywhere. Even if in our staff report, it doesn't say, only on one section it mentions that there is a removal of traffic lane. only on one section, and that's in the analysis that we have. I don't think they had any idea as to what is coming. If I receive a flyer or a mailer from the city and it says we're going to improve the city, look at the language that we have here. What does it say? To add new corridor safety improvements, including new traffic control devices, new street pavement, new bicycle facilities, creative crosswalks, storm drain infiltration systems, sewer capacity improvements, and traffic signal improvements. Nowhere in this presentation, even in our staff report, mentions of traffic lanes being removed. Nowhere it mentions that 20% of the parking is being removed. So I think that gives them the right to be here tonight and speak on this item. I'm going to stop here and listen hear from the public, and we'll go from there.
Well, regardless of all the reasons, Mr. Garpetian, they always have the right to come and speak.
No, I
So,
understand.
yes, we welcome that.
I understand that, and I appreciate that. Of course, they all, there's always oral communication. They can come speak on any issues they have, but this is a quality of life issue for people who their lives are being, I don't want to say disturbed in a way, and they had no idea, because even when you look at the site plan that shows all the different elements, because these are like construction documents that shows the sewer lines underneath, the power lines underneath, the asphalt, and the detail of what kind of an asphalt is going to be used, the boxes, the water meters, and everything else, the gas lines, and the different color pavements. I can't understand anything on it either, but what I'm saying is we can't expect them to read that one page and understand exactly what's coming to them, but they didn't even have that. So
Let's hear from them, and then.
let's hear from
we
them.
can-
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Najarian, did you have questions, or was this or comments?
I just had a quick question. This money that you're getting from Metro, did anybody say it's guaranteed? Because if staff said your money is guaranteed, that would be completely inappropriate. The same way anyone from city staff would tell anyone else that a funding is guaranteed without the city council voting on it. So did anyone tell you it was guaranteed? In particular, the regional, the regional highway equalization fund money.
No, Councilmember Najarian, nobody said the funding was guaranteed. We didn't say the funding was guaranteed either. We just said that we're programmed for the board action in July.
I thought you said it was guaranteed. The local return is a little more local discretion, because that's pretty much what we want to do. The regional highway equalization funds are still under the stewardship of the staff and the Metro board. So I just want to raise that. Don't assume that, well, how much was that from the regional? 1 million?
Approximately
About 1 million?
3 million.
3 million.
3 million.
Well, the regional highway equalization fund was,
Or just specifically, that was 1.
yeah, the measure our regional, the regional return in your, whatever
Yes.
the amount was. I see it as about 1 million.
That's the existing appropriation.
So
That
you're
we already
requesting,
have.
how much are you requesting from the regional return?
An additional 3 million.
I don't see that in that fiscal impact portion.
That fiscal impact is for awarding the project as it's bid with the existing funding currently
I see.
approved.
Okay, so just a word of caution, don't assume that money, the 3 million, is coming through at Metro in July. So whatever that's worth.
Last question. The lowest bid, how much over the engineer's estimated cost it came in? The lowest bid that we have? What's the difference between what the engineer cost was, the city engineer's estimated cost was, and the bids?
It's actually lower than the city engineer's estimate cost by approximately $1.5 million.
It's lower? Because I thought it said something. It's okay. Thank you.
All right. And then we're taking the last caller and speaker by the end of the first speaker, just like any other item. Okay. Go ahead.
We have currently 19 cards and calls. Our first public comment is by Melissa Church. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you. My name is Melissa Moulton Church. I live at the intersection of La Crescenta Avenue, Sierra Vista, and Arlington. I have served as the Fremont Elementary PTA president for the last 2 years, so I'm here speaking as a resident, but also as a parent deeply invested in the safety of the school community. I'm also not a cyclist due to a foot injury, so the framing of this debate as cyclists versus drivers is disingenuous. I'm asking you to stop the delays on this project. Many cars travel too fast through our residential area and past our elementary school. They race, they make dangerous turns, and they enter the smaller 2-lane streets in Spar Heights at high speeds, barreling down roads where kids play. It happens all day, every day, because La Crescenta is too large for the number of cars using it and because there is no turn lane. I invite anyone who is worried about backed up traffic on this road to come sit outside my house for a day. Nearly every window in my house overlooks the street. I hear almost every car that travels it, and I would not be here arguing for a traffic jam outside my house. I do have better things to do than come here and pick fights with you. It may have been designed to carry a large volume of traffic, but it does not. Instead, it is mostly used by families walking to school, cyclists, which include children, and people walking their dogs. Neighbors like me are the experts on current conditions, and we are all telling you it's unsafe. When this road is 2 lanes, occasionally we, and me too, are all going to be stuck behind a slow driver, and we are going to be annoyed, and then we are going to get over it, and we're going to move on. The entire neighborhood will be safer for pedestrians and cyclists and dogs on walks and kids on skateboards, and a bit of inconvenience to us adults is worth this trade-off. If the work is canceled and a child walking to school or a mom getting out of her car is hit, you are going to regret publicly opposing this change. And this project will come back and it will be implemented, and you will have only delayed it and allowed someone's life to be ruined because a few people here need to get to Foothill Boulevard in 4 minutes instead of 5. I am here asking the City Council to put a stop to the delays to the La Crescenta Rehabilitation Project and to move forward now, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Khachik Iskandari.
So they get 4 minutes because they requested a translator.
I'm sorry, I cannot speak English. Merci. I lived in the Glendale 23 years in the La Crescenta Avenue, but I listen.
Հանգիստ կարող եք հայերեն խոսեք, ինքը կարող է թարգմանել ձեզ համար։
Okay. Ես լսելով այսօր եմ լսել, որ ուզում են այս բանը ծրագիրը տնեն, մենք ճիշտ ասած չենք այդ բանին համաձայն։
It's only today that I heard of this project and I am opposed to it.
Որտես 3-4 տարվա ընթացքում 3-4 անգամ accident ալել է այս 2 լայնով, որ ինձ հիմա կան։
Because within the past 4 to 6 years, there has been many accidents that happened with within those 2 lanes.
That accident is մեր մեր property-ն ալել է, որ խփերը damage ահագին փլամլա, միջով մեքենա եկել property ներսը։
And then my property is one of those properties that has succumbed to many damages due to those accidents.
Հետո որ հիմա եթե մեր լայն որ ուզենան անեն, մենք դժվարով ներսուտուս ենք։ Ինձ հիմա ներսուտուսը դժվարով են կարողանում անենք, որ այնքան traffic ա ելնում։
Currently, with the 2 lanes, it's already difficult to get in and out of our driveways. Hence, reducing it to 1 lane will cause even more trouble for us to get in and out of our driveways.
Եվ ես չեմ կարծում այդ bicycle-ի համար, որ կարող ուզում են լայնը տնեն, այդ պատճառն է, որ դժվարությունով ներսու դուրս ալեք եւ շաբաթը վերջնա, որ մենակ bicycle-ներն են կարող այդան շաբաթը արձակ օրա։
Excuse me. And I don't believe just for bicycle lanes we should encounter these difficulties. And I want to note that bicycle drivers are the ones that usually use it during the weekends only, which is a holiday.
Հիմա շատ traffic ա ելնում, Արաբոդները դեպի Ֆուտիլից դեպի Գլենդել, ճաշետո Գլենդելից դեպի վերը։ Ինքան արագ են երթում, որ մենք ինքներս ներսու դուրս դժվար են կարող։
Currently, there's a lot of traffic that happens on this street, whether it's in the morning going from Foothills to Glendale or later in the afternoon when going from Glendale to the Foothills. There's a lot of drivers who drive extremely fast, and it makes it even difficult during these times for us to get in and out of our properties.
Գիշերները որ տունեն ստացենք, այնքան մեքենաները արագ են դες անցնում, որ ասեմ վախանում եմ այնց վտանգավոր բան է։ Հիմա թեմել այն անեն դեպի ինչ էլի չեմ ասում։
And then at night, whenever I'm sitting at home, I can feel how fast these cars are going, and it scares me. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andre Ordubegyan.
Madam Mayor, council members, city staff, thank you very much. I'm going to try to read this as fast as possible. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I stand before you to express my concerns regarding proposal implementation of bike lane in our community. While the intention behind promoting cycling is commendable, I believe there are several significant reasons why this project may not be the best interest of our community at this time. Firstly, the proposed bike lane could cause traffic congestion. Our roads are already heavily utilized, and the reduction of a lane available for motor vehicles could lead to a longer commute. This particularly concerning for those who rely on their cars for daily activities such as commuting to work, school runs, and transporting goods. The added congestion could also have a knock-on effort on public transportation, making it less efficient and reliable. Secondly, our streets serves as a crucial passage for our emergency service. Our fire department relies heavily on this route for rapid response time, which are crucial in emergency situation. Introducing a bike lane will inevitably reduce the width of the road, leading to potential congestion and delays. The ability of the trucks and ambulances to navigate through traffic swiftly is paramount. Any delay, even matter of seconds, can mean a difference between life and death in emergency situation. Additionally, the proposed bike lane could pose a direct obstruction to emergency vehicles in situation where traffic is already heavy. The presence of the dedicated bike lane may leave even less room for vehicle to pull over and allow fire trucks and ambulances to pass. Moreover, it's important to consider the logistic of firefighting. Fire trucks often need to position themselves strategically, sometimes across multiple lanes, to effectively combat fire and provide necessary services. A reduced road, Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hovik Avakian. Following Hovik is Tanya Avakian and Rosa Aidi. So Hovik Avakian next.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Mayor. My name is Hovik Avakian. I'm a resident on La Crescenta Avenue. I have been residing over there over 19 years. It's a beautiful neighborhood. Our kids went to Fremont Elementary School, then the high school and college and stuff. We enjoy what we have right now, and I am totally against and oppose the bike lane for two reasons. One is, as Mr. Garabedian brought up, the pamphlet or the flyer did not specify the reduction on the traffic lane and parking reduction. We have a beautiful house. We spent a lot of money for our curb appeal. As you all guys are all homeowners, and the curb appeal for the house, it's really important for every individual. They spend a lot of money in their grass and whatever it is. Having a bike lane, then having a reduction on the lane, and being a major street like La Crescenta it is, with a freeway exit on it, we'll see. I am imagining it's going to be a parking lot on La Crescenta. Anytime you see an accident in the freeway, when the police officers merge everybody to make a smaller lane, what happens to the freeway? The line goes way back. That's what's going to happen on La Crescenta Avenue. 8 o'clock, Fremont school time. You've got other high schools, CV High School on higher. The traffic is going to be a mess at rush time this way or that way. And on top of it, you guys want to reduce parking? Where's my? I have 4 cars. I park my cars in the front of my house. My friends come over to my house. They need to park in front of our house or neighbor's house and stuff like that. They have to park their cars some other places. Please reconsider
Thank
this
you.
one more time, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker, thank you. Our next speaker is Tanya Avakian. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, council members. I want to clarify that, again, we are not against bikers. It's just we believe that we need a better solution. In our area, the number of cyclists, we think, just might not justify the allocation of a dedicated bike lane. This makes the trade-off of losing a traffic lane and parking spaces seem insufficient. The underutilized bike lanes will then, raise questions about the practicality and cost effectiveness of such a very vast investment. We think that alternate solutions need to be considered, such as, bike lanes, or parallel streets with lower traffic volumes that could provide safer and more effective routes for cyclists without significantly impacting main thoroughfares. Another option is to create shared lanes where both cyclists and vehicles can coexist like they have at Kenyatta, or to widen maybe sidewalks to accommodate both pedestrians and cyclists, thus avoiding the need to remove traffic lanes or parking spaces. I feel that there is a sense of frustration among residents due to the lack of adequate consultation. I personally went door to door and knocked on all the all the residents that I could speak with on La Crescenta Avenue, and many of them told me that this was the very first time they were ever hearing about this issue. And I'd like to see what research has been done on topics such as increased traffic congestion, parking issues, safety concerns, economic impact, accessibility issues, environmental concerns, practicality and usage, alternative solutions, and community input. Because I think that these issues that have been raised have not properly been addressed. Clear communication and transparency about the decision-making process are crucial. Residents need to understand the rationale behind these changes to build trust and
Thank you.
acceptance. Oh, and if I may,
Thank you. Your time is up.
the petition signatures. So if you guys are open to
Your
receiving the signatures, I will
If you
be
can pass on the signatures to her, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is by Leah. Wait, no, sorry. Rosa Aide.
Hi, respected council members. I'm a resident of La Crescenta Avenue. I'm here today on behalf of my residents of La Crescenta and residents of Glendale as a whole to express the strong opposition to the proposed removal of traffic lanes on La Crescenta Avenue and modifying our parking format, which is part of the La Crescenta Avenue rehabilitation project. We are deeply concerned about the proposed conversion or modification of our streets into a bike lane and the potential risks and negative impacts associated with the proposal. This change will not only disrupt our daily lives, but also poses significant safety risks. We have not received any notification regarding this project. Moreover, La Crescenta Avenue is a major thoroughfare used by many cars daily. Reducing it from 2-car lanes to 1 will undoubtedly cause increased traffic congestion, especially during peak hours when residents commute to work or school. This congestion will disrupt our daily lives and create unnecessary delays. The residents of La Crescenta Avenue and all adjacent neighborhoods in Glendale who use La Crescenta Avenue on a daily basis have signed a petition unifying their voice and adamantly against the conversion of our street into a bike lane. We stand together in solidarity to convey our collective opposition to this proposal. We have concern about lack of consultation and transparency surrounding this proposal and want our voices heard on this important issue affecting our community. We want to take this time to voice those concerns and strongly urge the Glendale City Council members and city manager to listen to the needs of residents of La Crescenta Avenue and residents of Glendale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cole Bazemore.
Good evening, Mayor Satrian, council members. I am here tonight to support the recommendation provided by staff. I think this is a great opportunity to save some money for the city, to use some potential funds from Metro. There are enormous benefits to this project, many of which have already been mentioned tonight. Street safety is one of them. I myself am a driver. I was just going up this way to Montrose just this weekend and witnessed a pretty close encounter between a vehicle and a bicyclist. When you have two lanes, you know, oftentimes people will zip around going on the right-hand lane to pass the slower person in the left-hand lane and won't always see a bicyclist that might be there sharing the road. You know, the sharrows that are out there on the streets, they really provide very little benefit. So to have something like this project where there is dedicated lane space for bicyclists, I think that's an enormous benefit. As we heard already, there's a school that's right here on this project area. You know, that's a great opportunity to do some traffic calming, try and reduce speeds. I mean, let's not forget what this project is all about. It's not just about bike lanes. It's about reducing speeds and improving safety for all road users. So to ignore the rest of the benefits that are proposed by staff in this project, I think would be unwise. So please, you know, encourage you to once again, as a council, support this project, and I look forward to it passing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is by Mike Mohill, and following Mike is Paul Rabinov and Fran Gailleux.
Evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. I don't want to repeat myself from the other speakers, but you know what? If this goes through, this is going to be a $15 million bondugo. We need the $15 million to pay off our pension liabilities. We didn't need to create new expenses. A bondugo. Did I pronounce that word correctly?
Boondoggle.
Boondoggle.
Yeah,
Close enough.
Trying to figure out what you're saying.
Hey, I'm a little bit older than you. I can forget. But you got the point, I think, okay? Now, if you're worried about slowing down the traffic, we have Glendale Police Department. They're wonderful people. Sign them 24/7. That will slow down the traffic around the school. I tell you, having a police officer around the school is cheaper than tearing up La Crescenta Avenue. You don't need to tear up La Crescenta Avenue. Have more police officers. That's the secret, okay? That will reduce your speeders. And the bicycle riders, hey, you know what? This is a car society. This is not a bicycle society. This is not New York. This is not Boston or Paris. This is Glendale. We need our cars to go to work, to go to school, to play, rain or shine. What person rides his bike to work other than Mr. Brotman, who doesn't leave Glendale? Would you ride your bike to Sun Valley, Mr. Brotman? Or Santa Barbara? Why not? You love to ride your bicycle. Put your money where your face is. What do you call that thing, okay? So you know what? We don't need this bondugo, you know what I mean. Okay, folks, we don't need this thing. This is a disaster. Look at the people in the viewing audience. They don't want it either. They don't want it. You can't shut them down. They came here for a reason tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Rabinov.
Good evening, Mayor Satrian and council members. I'm here to
show my public support for this project if for any other reason that, or for only the reason that if it in truth will reduce future accidents by 30%, that's huge. It's worth it. The street's going to have to be redone in any way. Let's do it in a way that creates safety for everybody. I also like to comment on the outreach that was made. I attended every meeting that was advertised and informed the community of. And I have to compliment the staff in the outreach that they did.
Can you please stop the, my apologies for cutting you off. It's really hard to pay attention when people are speaking in the back. If I could ask you to please, if you have a conversation, please take it outside. Thank you so much. Apologies.
I'd just like to make one anecdotal observation that at one of these outreach meetings, which was at the Civic Auditorium, I believe, one of the individuals who has been very outspoken in opposition to this project walked up and realized that there were potential benefits to the neighborhood and requested the consideration of the inclusion of a pedestrian crosswalk where his street meets up with La Crescenta Avenue. So it's the kind of inclusion of positive input that we can get on this project and on future projects I'm hoping to see, including the residents that may be concerned and directly impacted by where they live in such projects as may do that with the organizations that have been created for the bike plan and for others. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public comment is by Fran Gallo, and following Fran is Leah Avakian.
Good evening. My name is Fran Gallo. Dedicated bike lanes through the city seem as a good way to encourage people to ride their bikes. It has worked in many cities around the globe, especially in densely populated areas. Nonetheless, smart planning and careful execution of bike lane designs is a must. Bike lanes should be established without reducing car lanes and with minor impact on city traffic, as it has been done in many cities through the globe. Furthermore, dedicated bike lanes are usually established where there is reasonable bike traffic. But why establish bike lanes in areas where people have few reasons to bike? Many of us are wondering what tools were used to determine the impact of lane reduction on people's daily lives and commutes for the surrounding areas of Brand Boulevard, for example, Verdugo Viejo, Broadmoor, and many parts of North Glendale. What criteria was used to determine the accident risk due to the reduction in lanes? How many local business owners were informed in advance about the changes and possible impact to their businesses? A hearing notice must be sent to the residents when a significant change is made to a home, but that was not the case in this situation. What you have done on Brand that now you want to repeat on La Crescenta Boulevard sounds like the movie Field of Dreams. Build it and they will come. But that is not the case here. There is a huge cost to taxpayers and a negative impact on people's lives.
Leah Avakian.
Hi, council members. So I am a student. I've grown up in Glendale, and I just want to talk about how I am completely opposed to this project. So first, increased traffic congestion. Removing a traffic lane will decrease the overall capacity of our streets, inevitably leading to longer travel times and increased frustration for drivers, particularly during rush hours from Fremont to CV. Bottlenecks. The reduction in lanes is likely to create significant bottlenecks. These will not only slow down traffic on main streets, but also cause congestion in surrounding areas, impacting the overall traffic flow within our community. Next, I want to discuss parking issues. Eliminating street parking is a serious concern for residents who rely on these spaces. Many households don't have the ability to have 6, 7 cars, which what will happen if you are having guests coming over. So we need this street parking. I'm sure none of you would like to have street parking taken away in front of your houses. And the removal of street parking will make it challenging for visitors, service providers, and delivery vehicles. I'd also like to bring up some safety concerns. While the intention to improve safety for cyclists, designated bike lanes on busy streets may still impose them to risk, particularly at intersections where vehicles may not see them. Also, house property values are going to immensely fall because of this program, because people are not going to want to buy houses where one traffic lane is completely gone. We have gone around our community, spoken to people. We have reached over 120 signatures from our neighbors and people all around the community. Nobody wants this, and to say that this is going to save money is, I'm so sorry, how is $17 million a savior of money? Next, public transport dependency. Not all residents can switch to biking or public transport due to physical limitations or the nature of their work. Many rely on their cars for commuting and daily activities, making the loss of parking and traffic lanes particularly hard. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will move to phone calls. Our first caller is Vahe Kabakian. Vahe, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Vahe Kabakian. Okay, our next caller is Julia Kobe. Julia, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for your time tonight. My name is Julia, and I'm a resident of the Sycamore Woods neighborhood. I am calling to express my continued support for the improvements planned for La Crescenta Avenue. I live right next to this street, and I use it every day, and I am thrilled about the safety improvements planned for all of us, pedestrians, bicyclists, and cars. People drive way too fast on the road as is. Traffic needs to be slowed, and police can't be everywhere all the time. Thank you again, Mayor Satrian and council members, for prioritizing safety for everyone with this project. I hope to see it completed soon so many of us can start using it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Dawn Lebrish. Dawn, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
I understand council believes proper outreach was done. I believe it was not. Vast majority of residents do not want this project once they hear about it, but they won't be aware of it till the roads are ripped up. My neighbor is Pastor Casanova on Piedmont. Last year, he told me his neighbors were unaware of the project. 75% of mine on Manhattan were not. I walked door to door. I would like someone from the city to walk door to door with me on surrounding neighborhoods here. I can guarantee you the vast majority of households are unaware. If this does not work, there's no money to replace these lanes. There should be no rush on this project at $15 million plus. Please get input from all residents, not just a vocal minority, before you spend our money. When I last spoke, I presented a petition from residents who prefer a shared lane instead of lane removal. This was suggested in the 2020 study the city funded. Councilman Kasakian suggested the possibility of a mock-up with traffic cones to see what effect a road diet would have on the traffic. This is a common sense idea. It was done on North Brand and is a form of outreach. I am asking you again, Councilman, to broach the subject and ask for a mock-up. There's no reason not to do so, and it makes a lot of sense. I appreciate you, Councilman Kasakian, for talking to residents up at the Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf in Montrose in the past, but many of us feel up here that we've been passed over, we've been ignored without any real representation. I know you don't have to respond, but I'm asking you right now, Councilman Kasakian, will you please ask again for the mock-up? I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Tony Fagioli. Tony, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. I want to sincerely thank the City Council for the opportunity to call in and voice my opinion. Though I couldn't be there in person tonight, I agree with most of the positions and points expressed in opposition to this project tonight. My wife and I are 29-year residents of Glendale, and our home is on La Crescenta Avenue. As such, we would have front-row seats to the real-world impact of these changes. One of the arguments for this change is to decrease speeds and collisions on La Crescenta Avenue. And to be honest, at first this resonated with my wife and I, until we learned of the idea of diagonal parking on both sides of La Crescenta alone. with cars backing out into the street. In our opinion, this would be even more dangerous. Lastly, I want to urge the council to just return to the most basic concept of public policy, namely, what is the common good? Where is it here? We're replacing one form of danger with another. We're providing bike lanes that will be too narrow for the majority of bike clubs that use our street to even use. We're creating parking spaces while reducing overall parking volume. All of this clearly shows that the common good is anything but obvious with this project as it currently exists, and as such, the onus is on the City Council to step in and insist on further study and/or solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Ina Berger. Ina, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I agree with what the gentleman just before me stated. He stated it very well. I've been a resident in Glendale since 1968, and I'm actually quite ashamed at how our city council is governing the city recently. The population in our area is constantly going up, and we need to provide the infrastructure to accommodate it. Reducing lanes for the very few that ride bicycles on the weekends is just crazy. Los Angeles area was built around the automobile. I know the agenda here is to get people out of their cars and use public transportation. In other words, going green. You are neglecting the needs of the elderly, the handicapped, mothers running errands, picking up groceries. You can't do this on a bicycle. And not to mention the recent safety issues on public transportation, like the trains and the buses. Losing lanes causes more traffic. It takes a long time to get across town the way it is, and it will make it worse. And be honest, how often do you actually see people riding bicycles? Rarely. Just a few people, usually on the weekends. You folks are public servants. Please keep that in mind. You need to act on our behalf, not against us. And also, when emergency vehicles are delayed from reaching their destination, it could actually cause death. Think about that. And to call it beautification, as was done on San Fernando Road, is an insult and deceptive. But go ahead, keep doing what politicians do best, wasting our tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Paul Karapetian. Paul, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I'm a resident of Glendale, and I just want to point out from firsthand experience that given the failure of North Brand's demonstration, I think it would just be unconscionable, and I don't see how anybody can, in their good conscience, move forward with something like this, given what I think is a failure. $15 million is a lot of money. The second thing I want to point out is that removing lanes doesn't make the traffic any safer. I think one of the callers just pointed that out. I witness it every morning. We have cars backing up. We have FedEx delivery drivers parking in the middle of the street, darting out, trying to make deliveries. It's not safer. The last thing I'd say is that if we want to decrease speed, which I think is important, probably one of the top traffic priorities of the city, then we need more enforcement. And I'd ask that you take the money and put it towards traffic enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Joaquin Sequest. Joaquin, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I live on Marquez Avenue, 2 houses away from La Crescenta, and I'm an 18-year resident and a licensed traffic engineer. I want to start by saying that I thought the outreach was very significant for this project. There were dozens of targeted meetings and a number of town hall meetings, including thousands of mailers that went out. But more importantly, I want to talk a little bit about the project itself and how the addition of a two-way left turn lane will really benefit the safety of all of the neighbors that live on La Crescenta, my neighbors that have to pull in and out of their driveway every day, and when they're turning left, have to worry about somebody rear-ending them from behind because the traffic is moving too fast, and how the addition of the new traffic signals will allow the city to create gaps in traffic so you can pull out of your driveway into a lane of traffic or be able to make a left into a two-way left turn lane to enhance the safety of getting in and out of your driveway. I don't recall seeing any diagonal parking on here, but I do know that there is a loss of parking along the corridor, and I think the loss of 1 or 2 spaces when you drive up and down the street and see the number of vehicles that are parked on the street is not significant. There's ample parking on La Crescenta and the adjacent side streets. Lastly, I do support the use of the Measure R funds. I think this project falls 100% consistent with the Metro's Complete Streets policies, And I think that anything we can do to enhance safety and the addition of that two-way left turn lane and those additional crossings on La Crescenta will benefit all of the neighbors here. And I urge the residents that were not aware of the project before as my neighbors to take a look at the traffic volumes and the studies to see what the impact to traffic would be, because it's very minimal and it will really enhance safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Catherine Ghazarian. Catherine, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm calling in support of the bike lanes. One of the main advantages of having a dedicated bike lane is enhanced safety. This is for both cyclists and pedestrians. By segregating bike traffic from motor vehicles, the risk of accidents and the collisions is known to significantly be reduced. There are cities, not just in Southern California, but across the U.S., not only and across the world, that are investing in bike lanes. This is not just a transportation benefit, but also environmental and community benefit as a whole. We need to, and I know this is a huge change for most people living in the area. I myself live in the area, but I think once we get used to these changes, it will be much easier for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Dave Gallagher. Dave, you're on air. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Please continue with this project and pursuing the R funding. Sounds like a good idea. I'm a resident just blocks away from the proposed improvements at Roselawn and La Crescenta, and I hear and see speeding drivers witness shocking accidents over the 12 plus years that we've lived here. A couple key points. We've heard earlier that there was over 150 accidents. What's the number that we actually would do something then? Is it 200? Also, at a past meeting, Councilman Kardashian shared his personal experiences and concerns at this corridor. And just now we heard from a traffic engineer with expertise in the subject supporting this. So I just will close with, anyone can take a Google search and look up what's the purpose of a bike lane. And you'll find it's just safe to establish order in the roadway by providing a designated place for bicyclists and motorists and enhance the safety for everyone. I think that's part of the goal here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final caller is Vahe Kabakian. Vahe, you're on air. You have 2 minutes. Vahe? I think the caller is not responding, so we'll let go of the call.
I do want to note, I know that you tried texting, and so have at least one of my colleagues on a speaker that wanted an exemption to the rule. If I make that exemption for that one person, then that opens it up for everybody else, and I want to have a fair system. This is not the first time. I will note that I think there was previously even the executive or the chair of the ANCA Western Region had reached out, but they had missed the mark. And if we're going to put guidelines, I want to make sure that we're fair to anyone and everyone that is attempting to call or come in and speak. And so if you've missed the deadline, you'll have an opportunity to come back during oral communication or at another time, but I want to be fair to everyone. And I don't think that people that have council members' phone numbers have more privilege in this city hall and chambers. Thank you. Councilmember Brotman, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, if we're finished with public comments, we're in deliberation now.
Yes.
I thought I would start.
Go ahead.
I'll start by saying that although this project has been going on for a long time and I hate to see further delays, I do support us taking a step back so that we can take advantage of that additional $3 million in funds and free up money from our gas tax fund to use for other road repairs. So I think that's a smart move. Hopefully that delay won't be 4 months, I think is what I heard. I would urge you to try to shorten that, but I think some delay for $3 million is worth it. I do want to, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what this is. There's a lot of talk about bicycles. This is first and foremost a safety project. There have been many collisions on this corridor. What did we say, 152 collisions over a 10-year period from 2010 to 2020. Another 19 collisions from 2020 to 2023. It's a dangerous roadway. It's a roadway where people speed. The posted speed limit is 45 miles an hour. The 85th percentile speed, I believe, is 45 or 46. Is that correct?
Yes.
45 or 46. What that means for people that don't understand the 85th percentile is we measure cars' speeds over a period of time, and 85%, how does it work? 85% or less. No, 85% are going 45 or 46 miles per hour or less. Is that correct?
85% of the vehicles are going 45 or 46 miles per hour.
Per hour or less than that, right? There could be some people going 30, some people going 40, some people going 40.
Yes, the other 15 percentile either going less or more than that. But 85% of the vehicles are going at that speed.
No, that means that 15%, the remaining 15% are going more.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So just understand that the 85th percentile speed we measure at 45 or 46 miles per hour. It depends on whether it's northbound or southbound, right? Northbound, I think 45, southbound 46. That means that 15% of all motorists are traveling at speeds in excess of 45 miles an hour, okay? No, in excess of 45 miles an hour, correct?
15% are traveling in excess of 45 northbound and 46 southbound.
Okay,
correct.
15% are traveling in excess of 45 northbound and 46 southbound. That's speeding, okay? We can address this by putting in, instead of 2 lanes in either direction, 1 lane in either direction with a center turn lane. The center turn lane is really key here. The center turn lane is what makes this roadway much safer. Remember, a lot of these collisions are rear ends and broadsides, right? A lot of it has to do with people weaving from lane to lane. A lot of it has to do with people making, turns into driveways, into streets. We can eliminate a lot of this with this center turn lane. There was a gentleman, I think the second speaker, who actually he was saying he was opposed to the project, but he made an argument in favor of the project because he said, there's a lot of speeding on this roadway and I'm afraid to pull out of my driveway. This will slow the cars and it will make it easier to get out of the driveway. It'll make it easier to make these turns. I think it's an important point to make. And it's also important to say that we have traffic engineers that know what they're doing, and they've studied this corridor. They've studied the amount of traffic on this corridor. They've studied the capacity of this corridor. And they are confident that this will not cause backups, that there will not be a parking lot, and that in peak hour traffic conditions, the delays will be de minimis, okay? And anybody that's traveled this roadway knows that it can take a lot more vehicles than it has now. So it's got a lot of capacity. I would also note that as you go south, you probably all notice that we go from 2 lanes to 1 lane before we go into Verdugo. How much of a backup is there at that point when 2 lanes go into 1 lane? I've never seen backup there. So the fact of that 2 lane to 1 lane does demonstrate that this roadway can take the traffic volumes that it currently gets with 1 lane in either direction and a center turn lane. So primarily a safety project. It's going to make the road safer for everybody. Cars, because most of the accidents are car on car, but also for pedestrians and also for bicycles. I want to mention another thing. When we talk about the cost, the 15, 17 million, whatever number we end up with, there's a lot that's happening here. This is not just 15 million for bike lanes. I want people to understand this. Just a second, I had to take a sip of water here. We're reconstructing the roads. We're putting in new traffic signals. We're doing sewer work. We're doing dry wells. We're putting in new trees. We've got curbs and gutters, ADA work. There's a lot that's going in here. I asked staff, what is the cost of just the bicycle portion of this? And the answer is less than $1 million, 700 something thousand?
Yes, approximately $800,000.
That's about what, 4%? 5% of the total cost of the project is the bike lanes. This is not first and foremost about bike lanes. This is about roadway safety. We can make this road safer, we can slow traffic, and it will not cause backups or delays. We have traffic engineers that look at this stuff. I trust them, they know what they're doing. If I could, Madam Mayor, I did get an email that I think is really worth reading. If you would indulge me to read this email.
Can we have the colleagues
Speak first?
Speak first and then have. you-
Okay, I
yeah,
just want to
that's-
come back because there is a resident who did call in, but he wrote to me. He's a traffic engineer. He actually heads the Department of Transportation in Pasadena. He lives right on Urquidez. And he said some things that I couldn't say as well as he
I
did.
mean, if you're going to just take parts of the
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
then go ahead and summarize and just finish.
So this is Joaquin Siquez. He called in earlier. Again, he's a traffic engineer. He heads the Department of Transportation for the city of Pasadena. He knows what he's talking about. And he says, driving this street daily, one of the most concerning motorist behaviors I see is cars weaving between lanes to get around cars slowing or stopping to make a southbound left turn into one of the dozens of driveways on the east side of La Crescenta Avenue or the 6 cross streets that connect to La Crescenta Avenue south of Urquidez Avenue, all currently without a left turn pocket. In addition, as cars are slowing to make a southbound right turn onto Oakmont View Drive or Shirley Green Street, southbound through traffic again weaves back into the leftmost through lane. This project provides for a southbound right turn pocket on La Crescenta Avenue at Oakmont Drive and La Crescenta at Shirley Jean Street, eliminating the needs for cars to weave back and forth between lanes. The addition of a traffic signal at Oakmont View Drive will not only enhance safety for cars leaving the Oakmont neighborhood, but it will also reduce delay, as cars often back up on the hill trying to exit Oakmont Drive. In addition, the signal will provide a much-needed, controlled pedestrian crossing point. I often walk up Oakmont Drive to the Oakmont View tennis courts. Since there is no sidewalk on the west side of La Crescenta Avenue, currently the only way to access Oakmont Drive as a pedestrian is to cross 4 lanes of fast-moving traffic by waiting for a gap and running across the street at this intersection. The addition of a bike lane not only provides a defined space for bicyclists, but it also pushes cars further away from the sidewalk. There are numerous spots on La Crescenta Avenue where the sidewalk is so narrow that as a pedestrian, I'm forced to walk in the street when passing another pedestrian walking in the opposite direction. A bike lane provides a buffer between the sidewalk and traffic in the lane closest to the sidewalk. Okay. He goes on, but I'm going to stop there. I think what's the bottom line here is we can improve safety. We can do it with very little cost to traffic times going from one end of the corridor to another. It's just smart urban planning. Thanks.
Councilmember Najara, you're next.
So just a couple things. I really don't think this is a good idea. I think this is a bike lane project disguised, well, let's see, bike lane project disguised as a safety project. I don't think any of those 150 accidents you said over the past 10 years involved a bicyclist. In fact, the numbers I got from Mr. Golanian citywide, I think there were only a handful of bike accidents over the last 10 years. I think there are other ways to slow traffic down on La Crescenta besides imposing a road diet. And you are the traffic engineers. You know all the different, the bump outs, the chicanes, the striping, the narrowing it down. You know, we developed those for the city 20 years ago on the, 30 years ago on the transportation, when I was on the Transportation and Parking Commission. So I think a safer bike, if we're looking for a bike path, I think all those roads on the interior of Spar Heights provide a much more enjoyable and safer biking experience than still having just a Class 2 bike lane next to cars that are getting frustrated and are going to want to go faster but can't because there's a car in front of them. But most important here, since Mr. Brotman brought it up, you guys are the experts, and you've approved this thing, Sarkis and Daniel, and there's going to be no problems with this project. This is what he said, attributing to you. Do you stand by those remarks, that there, once this goes in, that there's going to be no problems with traffic jams, no problems with, what else you said? I don't know, all those things that you said. This is going to be a great project. So this is the money question, okay? And let me remind you, 25 years ago, they tried this on Verdugo Road. It lasted about 1 week before public outcry caused a complete removal of it. So here's the money question. Is Mr. Brotman right? Do you agree this is your project? Did you recommend this project? And do you stand by it as being in the best interests of the community? This is it. Start with Daniel, the head. If you don't want to answer, you can say, I don't want to answer. Maybe you've only been here 4 months. This was developed before you. But if things go sour, this councilman's going to be asking some hard questions, and I think the community is going to be asking some hard questions. So, there's a question. How do you answer that?
Understood, and like you mentioned, I've been here for 4 months, but staff has reviewed this, and based on our review, it is consistent with the bike plan from 2012. In addition, traffic study or a corridor study was conducted to ensure that it was a feasible project delivery. In terms of the actual traffic studies, obviously our traffic engineers could speak to the specificity, but it meets the intention of the project as outlined in the bike plan in 2012.
Okay, not as firm a response as I would have wanted, but you've only been here 4 months. I'm going to give you a pass on that. Now, Sarkis, okay, it's up to you. You're our traffic engineer. When this gets done and it's a success, it comes to you. If it's a failure, who does, what do they say? Success has many fathers, failure is...
An orphan.
An orphan. Except there's not going to be an orphan. It's going to be Sarkis. Is this a good project? And is this something?
Me too.
Oh, it'll be, okay. Seriously, is this, I know it was in the bike plan. I know that you've done your calculations according to proper engineering guidelines. You've done your speed, you've done your traffic counts, you've done your road width, you've done your flow. But here it is. Is this something that you would recommend? And would you recommend me to vote for this? Let me just ask you that.
Councilmember Najarian.
No, please. I know you're trying to be a good city manager.
I
but
am
I'm
a good
asking
city manager.
So, Councilman
I'm asking Sarkis.
Councilmember
And you
Najarian.
don't have to answer. You can say, I'm sorry, I don't want to answer that. I'll take that. But I do want some sort of response from you.
So as I had indicated in the presentation on the post-project benefits, the project is expected to decrease collisions, which exist on this corridor. It's expected to decrease speeds, which are above this posted speed limit. The existing traffic volumes are half the threshold of a proposed road diet for this type of project. It's meant to improve safety for all modes of travel. It follows the recommendations, as Daniel said, of the master plan. So yes, based on these benefits, the project is expected to work.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
You were next in line, sir.
And I want to ask Councilmember Najarian, because he has referenced the Verdugo Road diet a few times. Do you recall, Councilmember Najarian, where that started and where its terminus was, or from what point to what point?
It started just north of the split of Cañada, and it continued up until the reconvergence at Montecito Park. So it passed by Fern, Verdugo Woodlands Elementary School.
So it went through Verdugo Woodlands Elementary
Yes,
School.
it
Okay,
passed
I just wanted to, anyone who's dropped off kids at school in this city knows what a difficult ordeal it can be, notwithstanding the parents who sometimes forget the rules of the road as they're driving. But when you look at that, and I was just looking at the aerial map, because it is obvious why there would be an outcry. If you were to take a lane out from either side of that road, and I invite everyone who's here for or against this, if you live in Glendale, if you love this city, go and look at this, because you'll realize why people would be upset, because whoever did it back then, whoever voted for it back then, wasn't necessarily thinking about the interests of parents who are trying to get their kids to school. And that would cause a backup, certainly on what is considered a major artery of the city. But here, you do not have that same concern. The drop-off at Fremont is not on the section of the road where these improvements are being suggested. If it was, you'd have a similar type of chaotic situation, but that's not where drop-off occurs. That's not where the entrance of the school is. So to bring up,
I really, so I'm sorry, Councilmember Sakin. The rules are, so this is the warning. I've continuously asked people to please be quiet. Moving forward, if you're going to continue to speak out of turn and disrupt the meeting, I'm going to ask our city attorney to have the individuals that are disturbing the meeting to be removed. And I don't want to get there. Thank you so much.
So the only thing I'll say, I have more and I have questions to ask, and I want to ask our fire chief a question as well. But in regard to the road diet on Verdugo, and to use that as the boogeyman against any other efforts where we are trying to make roads safer in Glendale, I am eager to go back and look at any of the record or the videos or the audio from when that happened, because if people were upset, I can understand why they were upset. I can understand that. But to say, okay, it didn't work on Verdugo Road, so we're not going to do it anywhere else, and to use that term, it's just, it's not fair. So I do have one question, and I may have a few more, but I know that during the TPC, the Transportation and Parking Commission meeting, there was some comments made by our fire department in regards to this roadway in terms of what this project could potentially pose in terms of access and mobility. Or is there someone who could speak to that? Chief Fish, would you mind explaining what the challenges would be to personnel?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, so the comments that were made by Chief Gano, who's, by the way, back here in the audience, he was given marching orders from me. And basically, our marching orders are on a non-case-by-case basis. If we were to not have any other facts, just strictly on road diets alone, speed bumps, any traffic calming measures, the idea is that we would generally say we'd rather not have that because it would help us respond. However, that was my mistake. I did not give him those marching orders in those great details. I just told him to go and speak. And so he did what he was told, and it was on me. So I will take the full brunt of that.
I'm not trying to cast blame. I just want to know clearly where our fire department stands.
So
in terms of access, we want to strike a balance.
Yeah. I would venture to say that we don't have a written policy. We don't have anything in stone that says that we are against all road diets or bike lanes or whatever. What we are is, what we like to do is look at anything from a case-by-case basis, right? So in this particular case, there is a center median that allows people to turn left, both onto the La Crescenta Avenue and off of La Crescenta Avenue. And for that, we can use that lane to navigate up La Crescenta Avenue Code 3, lights and siren. So that works for us. Our thought is as long as we have an option available, that's fantastic. And that is a main thoroughfare to get from Station 24, which is across the street from Verdugo Park, maybe up into La Crescenta or to Spar Heights or any of that type of area. So we would definitely, we again, on a case-by-case basis, it's not one size fits all.
That's going up. Any responses from the north station across from Trader Joe's going south, or would it always be the station?
So like if there was a fire up in, let's say there was a fire on Santa Carlotta and Lauderdale, just hypothetical, you would get Engine 28 from La Crescenta. You would get the fire station across the street from Trader Joe's, Station 29. They would respond across, and possibly they could use La Crescenta on the upper portions. But the Station 24 fire station, which is across the street, that would also respond as part of the effective response force. They would also go up La Crescenta Avenue as well, because that would be the most direct line. We have a center median where we could navigate with, so it's okay. It would work for us. But all things being equal, I understand there's passion on both sides of this issue. I respect that, but at the same time, we have what we need out of this project, which is a navigable way to get from point A to point B in a quick manner. Does that answer the question?
Sure. Thank you, Chief.
Chief, can I ask a follow-up question?
Certainly.
I know we are talking about hypothetical, just what may or may not happen. If you're traveling north on La Crescenta Avenue in the median, that center lane, and there are cars there trying to make a left, and both sides are, because of the traffic, they're stuck. There's always a chance that this is going to happen, that you will get stuck on that road. Also, what is the minimum width of the travel lane that, because our trucks are, as I understand, it's like mirror to mirror is 9 foot 6 inches, right? What is the minimum width of the travel lane that the fire department needs to have in order to maneuver that 60-foot-long truck? Also, the third question is, we have neighborhoods on the east side of Cañada, like the Shirley Jean area, Oakmont Woods. If you go further down, it's Oakmont View area. If there is an emergency, there is a fire. We had those fires up there. We traveled to those. We went through those streets together. I remember those days. If there's an emergency and all these cars want to exit at the same time and come down La Crescenta Avenue and travel south, there's only one lane. And fire trucks are coming in the center lane, and it happens. We had those fires. God forbid, these mountains, they haven't had fires for long decades, and God forbid if you have one. So I know this isn't a political issue. I don't think anybody up here is doing this because of politics. I think this is a safety issue, a public safety issue. And people who live on that street, they have to live with it for decades to come. When you build these things, it's really difficult to remove them. So those are the three questions that I have. What is your take on that?
Okay, let me see if I got all the three questions correct. The first one, if there's people in the left turn lanes and we are approaching them with our lights and sirens, we will make enough racket and we'll put out enough light beams that they'll see us. And the idea is to get them to pull over to the right. And most of the time, we don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, but there is only one lane on the right and one lane on the left. And it's packed. They can't move to the right, or they have to wait until they make a left and go into a street. So anyways, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so that would be the idea, right? So like lights and sirens, air horns, we would let people know we would like them to yield to us. We're asking them to yield to us. If they don't, then they don't. We're stuck. I don't know about the traffic engineering. I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm going to have to rely on our friends from Public Works and the experts in that particular. If there's a type of gridlock that would occur during certain types of the day, we would probably just avoid taking La Crescenta altogether. There's a lot of other routes that we could take. As to the second question about the width of our apparatus, yeah, it's 9 foot 6 inches mirror to mirror. And we would not want a 10-foot lane because that would only give you 3 inches on each side. That would just not be enough for us. We have to have more space on each side of the apparatus to maneuver. Our recommendation is a minimum of an 11-foot width on our traffic lanes. And then the final question, help me out.
Oakmont Woods area?
Yeah, Oakmont Woods and Shirley
access?
Jean. Yeah, so they have a single bridge across the Verdugo Wash to get to these neighborhoods. So the first-in apparatus that would go to that probably wouldn't even be taking, it'd probably take Roselawn down, maybe jump across a small little portion of La Crescenta Avenue, and then either to Oakmont Woods, Shirley Jean, Oakmont Highlands. So I think, again, I don't know what the ramifications of this, what traffic would occur. I just know that in the center of that center median, we have a place where we can drive. And if people were to turn left and they were to yield to us, it might be a small delay, but I don't see it being enormous, at least on this particular project. Again, we use logic, we use reasoning for every particular project that we are, I'm deathly against speed bumps where there's no cutouts on major arteries, because then we have to slow way, way, way down. And it's just, we believe time is tissue, and the time temperature curve, we like to keep small fires small. So,
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Did you have additional comments, sir?
I have a couple of questions from staff again. Do we have the traffic count on this location, on La Crescenta Avenue?
Yes, Councilmember Garbettian, we do have the traffic counts. Northbound traffic is approximately 5,300 vehicles per day, and southbound traffic is approximately the same. It's really only a 20 vehicle difference, for a total of approximately 10,600 vehicles per day.
5,300 only?
In one direction.
In one direction.
So you add both directions, you get the 10,600.
And what's our lane capacities over there?
So lane capacity all the way up to a level of service E, which is one above the lowest, is approximately 6,250 vehicles that it can accommodate. So you're still under that allowed capacity.
And that lane is 10 foot wide or 11 foot wide?
The lanes vary from 10 feet to 11 feet, and that's not based on lane width, it's just based on the corridor.
Okay. So right now you have 2 lanes going north and 2 lanes coming south. You have 5,300 cars, and we say it's a dangerous situation. There were accidents in the past, and you squeeze all that 5,300 cars in one lane, it creates a more safer environment because you're slowing down the traffic, basically. That's the goal.
Yes, the decrease in the level of service leads to reduced speeds.
Okay, is there a way that, okay, that's all I have from the staff. I just want to make a few comments. I think no one is against public safety or traffic safety. I think we need to wait and see if we can get another $3 million from Metro. But I think we need to reevaluate this project, because if it's about bike lanes and you say if you build it, they will come, we have bike lanes on Ocean View Avenue, which is parallel to La Crescenta Avenue, and it's stop and go. Every traffic, intersection has either a stop sign or it has a traffic light. And we say if you build it, they will come. They didn't come. I'm up there most of the time. I don't see anybody there. Also, there's a proposal of putting a bike lane in Verdugo Wash, which is right up against La Crescenta Avenue, parallel with it. How many different bike lanes do we want to have in one area? So my suggestion is, and also they said, it's going to help and there won't be any traffic. They promised us that Brown won't have any traffic, but look at it today. It's getting worse and worse. And as far as the speed limit is 40 over there, you said?
The posted speed limit, yes.
40 and 85% to 45 or 46 miles an hour, and 15% go over that 45 or 46 mile an hour?
Correct.
So no one drives within a speed limit like 35, 40 miles an hour?
The 85th percentile.
I know I'm one of them, and
the 85th percentile is at or below. So there are, I'm sure there are people that drive the speed limit.
Okay, now it makes sense, because the way it was presented, the way I understood it was 85% they do 45 and 46 miles an hour, and 15% are over that. Okay, got it. So 85% are 45 and below, right?
Correct.
Okay. I think if we, And there are no angled parking, or there is no diagonal parking, right?
No, there was a caller that mentioned diagonal parking, but there is no diagonal parking. It's all parallel.
It's all parallel parking?
Yes.
And 20% of the street parking is being removed?
Approximately 18% throughout the entire corridor.
Throughout the entire corridor. I think, as I said, I ride my bike in that area. My in-laws and my sister live in Oakmont Woods area. Many of my friends are on La Crescenta Avenue. Coming back from Montrose area, there is that 3 or 4 foot strip of lane up against the golf course that I ride my bike in. I always thought that's a bike lane. So we have that over. Do we need a bike lane on both sides? Can we have a bike lane, a wider one on one side only, on the west side of the street, so we can have our cake and eat it too? Instead of removing traffic lanes, I'm totally against removing traffic lanes in general. 1 mile of stretch, when you remove traffic lanes on each side, you're not helping. We are not helping on anything. You're going to force this traffic into the side streets, and the residential neighborhoods are going to get affected by it. I think while we're looking at that $3 million extra funding, can we take a look and see if we put the bike lane on one side of the street, which is on the west side, which is on the Cañada side, and there are no houses on that side, and it's a straight shot, there's already 3 or 4 foot of stretch. All you have to do is add another 20 feet and adjust your lanes. And as far as turning lanes, we had the same issue on Cañada Boulevard, and what they did was they made a dedicated turning lane with a traffic light. Like one was on Wabasso, the other one was where those 3-4 stores are on Cañada Boulevard. I always forget that street. Is it El Rito, I believe? That you have a turn-in lane and you make a left instead of making this long center lane throughout 1.5 miles that people are going to travel in that. You see it all the time on different streets. Colorado has a center lane, and look at it. People want to get into a block away. They get into that center lane, drive all the way, and make a left or make a right. I think we need to look at this issue and see if we can design it the way that we can use the money and do all the infrastructure improvements, repave the streets, but not disturb people's lives. Don't take parking spaces from in front of their houses. And also, when you have a bike lane and a parking spot, then backing out into one lane traffic when the traffic is upcoming, it's very difficult. We have that issue on Cañada Boulevard when they back out of their driveways, but it's only the parking and then the street, and there's a 2-lane. People see you're backing out, they change lane and give you right away to back out on the street. But if you have another bike lane, then a parking spot, and then you're backing into a 1-lane traffic that's going to be there's going to be a traffic, or if there's no traffic, if people are traveling 40 miles an hour, 45 miles an hour, I don't think taking a traffic lane out when there is no traffic is going to make a difference. Also, at one point, I believe the city had an eminent domain done to take properties away from people to build this second lane. There was no second lane way back when. I'm trying to look into it. I'm interested in stuff like that. So also you have to see the traffic count versus accidents. If you have 5,300, you said, on daily basis, times 365 days, and you have 15 accidents in 1 year, of course, one is one too many. But the ratio, when you put it on a scale, the number of cars traveling on that road on both sides is 10,600 cars every day, and you have 15 accidents in 1 year. It doesn't call for taking a traffic lane out just to say, oh, we're going to slow traffic down. There are other measures that was mentioned that we can slow down the traffic. And also, we had a list of collisions, fatalities, and unfortunately, we had 2 involving pedestrians last year, and 0 with bicyclists, and none of them were on that side of the town. It was not on La Crescenta Avenue. And I think we need to be very careful. We're trying to force this getting people out of their cars idea onto people who don't want to. I'm not saying you, in general. I think that's a movement to take people out of their cars. We have to get them out of their cars. They don't want it. They don't want to get out of their cars. It's the fastest and easiest and safest and most economic way of traveling is your personal car. So I believe, and also what was very concerning to me was the community outreach, that 90% of the project was approved. Then we sent out 23,000 mailers, and in none of these mailers it mentioned that we're taking a traffic lane out or we're taking a parking spots from you. So with that, I'm willing to wait and see if we can get the $3 million extra. We have to wait for it. But meanwhile, we need to look into it and see if we can revise our project. That's what needs to be done. To have the bike lane on one side and not take any traffic lane out, where there is a major intersection that there is a need, put a traffic light and make a left turn lane, dedicated left turn lane, like we have on Kenyatta Boulevard. And again, the bike lanes on Ocean View, there's no one there. And I ride it on weekly basis, twice, maybe 3 times. Andre Odibagian is there, his office is there, he can tell you. No one is up and down those streets, and that's what we're trying to create here artificially. And Ocean View has it, slow traffic, 1 lane up, 1 lane down, bike lanes on both sides. And also our traffic lanes, when I asked for this site plan, if you will, the traffic lanes that we have is 10 feet on each side, and with a 9 foot 6 inches fire truck on that lane, I don't think it's a safe environment. So with that, my ask is to maybe look into it and see if we can revise this project to have the bike lanes, not take any traffic lanes out, and have a dedicated turning lanes into the streets.
Councilmember Kasakian.
All right, thank you. So I'm not trying to get people out of their cars. If people want to drive their cars, by all means, drive your cars. What I do hope is that people will drive their cars responsibly, which isn't always the case. Unfortunately, when people drive irresponsibly, they put themselves at potential in harm's way and others. We've seen it happen here in the city. Most recently, there was a terrible tragedy. There was one on PCH not too long ago, a repeat of something that happened recently where innocent lives were lost prematurely, and also one in Pasadena, not too far from us. And if we had as many people coming in asking us to take action when these incidents and these tragedies happen, I think that we'd have a different tone to our council meetings today. But unfortunately, I think that the term bike lane has become this political, or some are trying to attempt to make it a political third rail of local politics, and I couldn't disagree with them more. This isn't an issue about bike lanes. People keep repeating the term bike lanes and saying, it's about bicyclists. This is one of the methods we can utilize that's at our disposal, that our traffic engineers, our transportation engineers have come up with to slow down cars, automobiles, make traveling on them safer. Sure, a little bit slower because people will be more cautious, just like when we put those median pylons in neighborhoods. We tried to make them more permanent after COVID because people were driving in residential neighborhoods at speeds that no one should be driving at in residential neighborhoods in a city like ours. I understand that, I know one of my colleagues says this is a bike lane project disguised as a safety project. I don't know what that means. Another speaker said that, why don't you widen the sidewalk? It would be great to widen the sidewalk. I'd love to reclaim more sidewalk space for pedestrians and bicyclists, but I'm sure our public works staff would tell me that building sidewalks is more expensive than building a bike lane, correct?
Yes, concrete is more expensive than asphalt.
It's
And
common
striping.
sense. And if over time, we see that after a portion of the road that's been reclaimed can be better utilized by more pedestrians, then we can look to see where we can find the funds to make our sidewalks wider, which I've always advocated for. Again, it's not specifically about bike lanes. It's not about bike lanes. It's about slowing people in this city down. And I know that area very well. I drive up there multiple times a week. My folks live in the Spar Heights area, and I've seen people not just drive fast, blow through that traffic signal at Roselawn or Rosemont and La Crescenta. I've seen people weave through traffic with near misses. There is a school near there. And I do feel for the individuals who came up who live along La Crescenta, because I've seen people scamper across the road to try and get from one side to the other with no traffic signalization to stop the traffic over by the nursery and in other areas. It can be pretty harrowing. So we have to do something. Incidentally, I think there was someone who said that they said that bike lanes outside of their homes would lower property value. This is from the National Association of Realtors. An article that was published as recently as 2017 says, one last thing to note is that bike lanes help to increase property values. Studies have shown that having a bike path near your home is a great way to increase the selling price of the house. So I want to at least put that concern at ease. The article is called Bike Lanes, Build Them. And they will come January 11, 2017. The National Association of Realtors has initiated an effort to encourage the planning and development of more walkable communities where residents can walk, bike, and take public transit to destinations. We have to think about how we do things differently in our community. Sure, this was a city that at one point was built to accommodate fast mobility with cars from one end to the other, but we've seen over the years what impact that has had on every single automobile owner in this city. And the way it has impacted each and every single one of you, including me, is that we pay the highest insurance rates in the state of California by living here in Glendale. And part of that is the way our roads have been designed and the fact that we haven't done anything about them to improve the way we drive. And there's other factors as well, the fact that they don't teach driver's ed anymore in high schools. There's a number of contributing factors, but there's certainly things that we can do better. And this project, of which the bike lane is only one small part of it, is going to help make that happen, according to the paid professionals who have studied this, who've done the work, who are bringing this proposal to us. Now, I do have concerns. I had concerns about the access of our public safety, but the chief answered that question. I'm sure the police chief also agrees with him, who's sitting in the back. They probably share similar concerns about reaching an important call in a timely manner. But, absent of any serious concerns, I think this is something that we ought to consider doing. Now, let's go and try to get more money to do this. If we need to go out to rebid, let's do it. In the meantime, I will make one suggestion. I'll say, put up cones in the areas where you're proposing to do these lane changes, because it'll be an opportunity for let's do a test drill with our public safety vehicles to see how it would work, right? Cones aren't going to do anything. If anything, if we see that cones are getting knocked all about, because again, people are going 45, 50, 65, especially when people come downhill from the freeway, they can pick up immense amounts of speed. I think that'll be an even greater validator for the fact that we need to do something to slow traffic down. So that would be my suggestion. I support staff's proposal, and I would be voting for it.
All right.
Return it for rebid.
Yeah, Mayor, Sergeant, City Council. So the motion, or the resolution, recommended by council, by staff
said
is
those
to
comments.
reject the bids,
You said those comments. Are you
right?
gonna
So,
repeat 'em?
and to re-advertise. with some
I'm gonna cut you off.
modifications for multimodal items integrated in the project. If it's council's desire to have a temporary arrangement done to see the impact to our emergency response time, to the traffic on La Crescenta Avenue, with all due respect, it takes more than just setting up cones. We need to implement some design elements as a standalone project, albeit very small in nature, at least as far as cost is concerned. But there are some safety provisions that we need to put in place, even though it's a temporary measure. And if that could happen during this waiting period, I think it was mentioned that we'll go in front of a Metro Board in July. So between now and then, we really need to design these temporary measures to put into place. And then considering the length of the project, we may have to bid this out so private contractors can implement, again, these temporary measures with delineators and some other mechanism more than just cones. And as you noted, the cones will be hit, it'll be flying objects, and they will create liability. But there are other things, if council's direction, there are other measures that we can put into place.
I will say there's cones all over San Fernando with the San Fernando Improvement Project. There haven't been K-rails. I would somewhat disagree in terms of the cost and what it would require. I think in the meantime, as a build-up to it, you can have it at least in certain sections, and I think it will prove our point that it'll slow down traffic.
Again, if that's council's direction, we'll move forward with it. I'm not disputing that, but it's going to take some, even, again, with all due respect, the cones that are placed and within construction zone follow certain guidelines and requirements, safety requirements by the state's guidelines.
All right. Well, I haven't made any comments, but I will.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I'm going to keep it brief. This item for me was about whether or not we are going to go out to bids again and get the $3 million or attempt to get the $3 million. I think there was extensive outreach done that was discussed and showcased at the February 6th meeting when this item was actually discussed in detail. I actually don't think that for those that just came to this meeting but weren't following it, when we actually voted on this, I invite you to please watch the February 6th meeting. I think the report during that meeting was very detailed. It'll help answer a lot of your questions. Someone? I think Councilmember Kasakian covered most of what I was going to say. This isn't, and for those of you that don't know, I don't ride a bike. This isn't for, because I'm riding a bike everywhere, and I know I rollerblade. I can't rollerblade anywhere in the city, but this isn't about forcing people to get out of their cars either. It's just, for me, simple about safe streets. And so with that, I think for my additional comments and why I came to that decision, you can watch the February 6th meeting. Ms. Garpetian, is it additional comments?
Yeah, it's additional comments, and I think we had different opportunities to speak on this issue, but
Okay.
I would like
Sure.
to have the same opportunity. I mean, we keep talking about slowing down traffic. 10,600 cars a day is 3,773,000 cars a year that travel on that road. We had 152 accidents in 10 years. So you have less than 15 accidents, 12 accidents a year out of 3,773,000 cars. If this is about bike lanes, it's fine. I don't mind it. I don't mind the bike lanes. Nobody's against bike lanes. Nobody's against traffic safety. Nobody's against pedestrian environment friendly environment. We all for it. But do it the way that you don't disturb people's daily lives. We don't have to. Traffic lanes, I mean, I'm okay with, I agree with doing a little demonstration project that we did for Brand and see what the responses will be from the community. You would see what happens in that area. Same thing happened on Brand. And it's a disaster. I'm going to come out and say it's a disaster. Brand Boulevard, that 2-3 blocks, it's a disaster. This will be even worse because it's on a longer stretch of the road. There is no need to take traffic lane out to slow down the traffic. All the traffic calming measures that we have currently in our plan, it could be implemented without taking a lane out, and put the bike lane on one side, on the west side, that people can use. And if there are more bikers and more cyclists that one lane is not enough, there's always Ocean View. The Ocean View and La Crescenta Avenue, there's a neighborhood, Spar Heights, in between. They can punch through Ocean View and use the bike lane, or they can go to La Crescenta, and it's from Montrose to Verdugo, same thing. And then Verdugo Wash is coming, right? You're gonna put a bike lane in Verdugo Wash as well. So I'm okay with the demonstration project. I'm not okay with the details of this project. Let's go out and try to find more funding for it, but we need to look at I think my thing will be to look at the alternatives, see if we can eliminate taking a drive lane out. And as far as the insurance goes, Mr. Kasakian, I also spoke to my insurance agencies. Your insurance cost, it all comes down to the type of car you drive, the number of accidents you had, the number of cars you have, the area that you live in. If you live in a fire zone, your insurance is a lot higher. The insurance cost in Glendale is not more than Burbank or Pasadena, but individually it varies. It depends on your age, it depends on your driving records, it depends on the type of car you drive. I'm repeating myself because just blanket statements as to the insurance is higher, because if we take one drive lane out on La Crescenta Avenue, it's not going to make any difference on our insurances. So with that, I know that's all I have.
Is that it? All right.
Can I make a motion?
Sure.
Okay, I would like to move 8C1. So that's the resolution rejecting bids, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to read it.
All right.
I do not want to see us revisit the plan for this project. I think we've been over this for enough years that it's a very good plan. So I want to stick with the plan. If during this period that we are obtaining this additional funding, whether it's 3 months, 4 months, or whatever it is, if we can do some temporary demonstration work that is not, going to be very expensive or very problematic for staff, I would support doing that. I know sometimes when there's a construction project and cones go up, sometimes it's remarkable how little impact that has. Although people would think that when you take out that lane, it's going to cause havoc. It often doesn't. So if there's a way to do that, fine. But the motion I want is we're going to continue with the current project, just seeking additional funding through Metro, and with the potential for some type of a temporary test that doesn't delay the project. That would be my motion.
Councilmember Brotman, Member City Council, Mayor Satrian, we'll endeavor, if that's council's direction, we'll endeavor to put a plan together for a temporary setup and delineating the proposed lane reduction. And we'll bring a report back as soon as we can as to the cost of, so that council give us final direction to move forward with it. But I do believe we have some time, since we won't be going in front of the board, the Metro board, as well as since we're rejecting the bids, we'll have to re-advertise in any way.
Okay, so that's my motion.
Is there a second for this motion?
Second.
All right. Roll call.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
No.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
No.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Before you move on to the next item, we've been in meetings since 1 p.m. and we've taken a 20-minute break. We have 7 more items to go through, so I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess and we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you. Quiet down, please. Thank you. Ready? Okay, we're back. What's next?
Next is action item D, Public Works regarding fare collection system and a contactless open payment system for the Beeline Transit Service. 1, resolution to dispense with competitive bidding and authorize the city manager or his designee to purchase a fare collection system, including fare boxes, related equipment, software, and installation through a federalized sole source procurement with GenFare LLC for a not to exceed amount of $1,214,073.
Right.
2, resolution to dispense with competitive bidding and authorize the city manager or his designee to purchase a contactless open payment system, including hardware, payment processing services, and data plan using the California Integrated Travel Project, CAL-ITP Mobility Marketplace contracts with KUBA Inc. and Enghouse Transportation LLC for a not to exceed amount of $278,141. 3, resolution of appropriation of $278,141 in state grant and Proposition A local return funds for the contactless open payment fare collection system.
All right. Before we take the report, just have a preceding question. Does the clerk have to read all the resolutions too?
Madam Mayor, it's recommended to read them in so that when the motion is made, you can just make the motion, and as opposed to somebody would have to read it in. It would either be the clerk or it would be you when making the motion. So that's why, as a matter of practice, we have the clerk do it.
What if the items were not just resolutions that need to be adopted all, but there's different options? Do all the options have to be read off?
Correct. If it's an option that's on the agenda, that an action item, whether it's a resolution or a motion, it needs to be read into the record so that the whoever's making the motion can just read the item without having to read the entire title.
Okay. All right, well, maybe we can have a conversation about that after, but if we could just take, hi, Martha.
Hi.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Satrian and council members. Tonight, we're requesting the City Council to dispense with the competitive bidding requirement to purchase a cash fare collection system and a contactless open payment system for Beeline Transit Service. City of Glendale operates Beeline fixed route service with 9 routes. Today, riders pay fares with cash or TAP, the regional closed fare payment system. As a recipient of federal funds to purchase Beeline buses, Glendale is required to accept cash. A fare box system collects cash and is counted and deposited into a city revenue account. Glendale received grant funding to implement the state of California's open contactless fare payment system. This would allow riders to pay their bus fare with credit and debit cards. For the required cash fare collection system, grant funding was secured to replace the current fare boxes that have surpassed their useful life of 10 years. Metro awarded Glendale a federal grant to replace our fare boxes. The fare boxes are integrated with Metro's regional fare payment program, TAP. This is a closed system that requires riders to load fare value or passes onto their TAP card. Metro reviewed the procurement to ensure it met federal grant requirements, including Buy America and Disadvantaged Business Enterprise. GemFare is the contract awardee and has a 40-year history of supplying American-made fare boxes and is a selected fare box supplier for Metro. The contract amount is $1.2 million to purchase 45 fare boxes. The fare boxes will be maintained and operated by our service contractor, MV Transportation. The city was awarded a Transit Intercity Rail Program, TIRCP grant, to electrify the Beeline fleet and projects to increase ridership. Grant funds were awarded to install a contactless open payment fare collection system on Beeline buses to offer riders an alternative method of paying the Beeline fare using credit and debit cards, mobile wallets, and smart devices. This type of contactless open payment fare collection system will be available for the tourist influx for the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the 2028 Olympics. The state's California Integrated Travel Project, CalITP, encourages transit agencies throughout California to add an open payment fare system to allow for a universal payment method using debit and credit cards. It is anticipated that the ridership could grow up to 4% when this type of fare collection system is installed. CalITP's mobility marketplace provides state master agreements with vendors for goods and services to implement the contactless fare payment system. The procurement meets federal purchasing requirements. Glendale received proposals from marketplace vendors and with CalITP technical assistance, reviewed and selected vendors. The system will be compliant with the Glendale's payment processor, Fiserv. The contactless open payment fare collection system will award contracts to in-house transportation for the fare collection software and processing, and with Cuba Inc. for the fare validator equipment. A cellular provider will be provided by either using the city's provider or one of CalITP NASPO vendors. The contracts are for 3 years with 2 one-year options. The costs shown are for the full 5 years. The system will again be maintained and operated by our service contractor, MV Transportation. Both fare collection systems are grant funded and require local match. The cash fare collection system, the fare boxes, has a federal grant in the amount of $871,000 with a local match of $342,000 for a total project cost of $1.2 million. The contactless open payment fare collection system has a state grant of $219,000 with a local match of $59,000 for a total project cost of $278,000. We are asking City Council to approve the 2 resolutions to dispense with competitive bidding to purchase a fare collection system and a contactless open payment system for the Beeline Transit Service, and the resolution of appropriation for $278,000 to provide funding for contactless open fare payment collection system. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
If I could just have you, for the residents, just speak to the Prop A local match and what that is.
Sure. The city of Glendale receives local return. We have 4 sales tax measures in the county of Los Angeles, transportation sales tax measures. The first one was Proposition A. It was passed, I believe, in 1980, I think it might have been. It's been a while. It was the first one, and that one is specifically for public transit. So each city in the county receives 25% of the fund to come back to the city to be used to pay for public transit services. So we are matching this project with Prop A local return funds.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any speakers on this item?
I'm sorry, no speakers on this item.
All right, do my colleague, Councilmember Najarian.
Yeah, a couple questions. Are we getting much ridership with the Go Pass program on our Beeline?
We are getting some, but not, because it's only Glendale Community College that's participating. GUSD.
Why isn't GUSD participating?
We've tried, they just, so.
Oh, no, the cost is de minimis. It's a very few dollars per student. They're more concerned with telling me what to do, I guess. Can we please extend our efforts? You guys that have those meetings with GUSD monthly.
I think that's a great idea.
There's no reason why that shouldn't be afforded to every single student in the form of a tap card so they can ride the Metro system, as well as you said, we have compatibility with the Beeline. That has boosted Metro's ridership incredibly over the past year and a half or 2 years that we had that. So we've really got to, and you know, I guess the point being that once they start riding as students, when they graduate from college or high school, they will be familiar with our system and transit in general. I do want to get people out of cars. Let me just make that clear. And I think this is a good way to do it. So please, let's see if we can follow that up. The other thing is the Life Pass. Metro has the low-income fare is easy system, and it's all. And we did the big sign up at in front of the library maybe about a year ago. I'm not sure if you were there, but Metro was there. People just have to declare that they're low income. There's no proof. Right. There's no documents, no penalty of perjury stuff. Now, if they were to get the qualification for that, it gives them, I think, 10 free rides or 15 rides a month. So that would also be usable on our system. But those are closed systems. That would all work on the tap card. Correct. Something, and this is news to you, you can brag to your friends, that's going to come before the Metro Board Thursday is a motion that I have with Holly Mitchell to let people use their EBT cards. EBT cards are the general relief cards that people get that they can use for food and necessities. To have that be an automatic, because presumably you're low income or you're already screened, to be an automatic ticket to ride. So as you do your system, I know we're talking about credit cards and debit cards and things like that. Can we make sure that in case this gets legs and becomes popular, that we can adjust our readers so an EBT card would give the rider a free ride on, it would be Metro, but also the Beeline system.
Yes.
So think about that. And obviously, this is a new thing, so it hasn't been out there yet. But if our contractor can think about that, I presume it should be an easy adjustment because all the info would be coded anyway on the card. And then that would really expand the Beeline. We've had questions about how many people are on the Beeline, what are the routes, but these are ways that we're really going to help get the ridership going. So I support this, in particular, this item, I do support it. But it'd be good if we can bring these other things in to really get a robust, get people out of their cars and into transit. Yeah. So, no, I'm into transit. I want people to get out of their cars, for the record.
I remember when we did the press conference and announcement for the Go Pass with GCC. During that time, there was conversation about having those additional conversations with GUSD. Did those conversations come after the press conference, or were they prior to the launch of the Go Pass?
Both.
Both. Okay. So I'm happy to have that conversation as well. I know that I used to take the Beeline when I was a student at Hoover High School and Toll.
And we're set up to accept the Go Pass, so we're already doing it for the Glendale, so there's nothing to do, just issue the cards and we're ready to go.
Right, and then for the Life Pass and the Go Pass, I think the Life Pass at the very least, which I didn't know about, I think it might be worthwhile to talk to our housing department, as well as community services and parks. They have email addresses of folks that have been on the Section 8 lists, that GWP has signed up folks for utility discounts and so forth. For them to insert information about the Life Pass to those residents, I mean, we already know that they would fall in that category. I think even talking to our senior centers about that, that would be helpful. But I fully support this, and it looks like Councilmember Garpetian has some questions or comments.
Just a quick question for Councilmember Najarian. So with the EBT card, they just show it and they can ride for free, or they just tap it and?
It would be red. It would be red, and they'd recognize the owner of that card as an eligible rider on the system.
Okay.
I mean, this is what we would propose, and it would be no fare paid. Just tap it.
Okay, that was my second question. So they won't be charged. They're just registered as a
No
EBT
charge,
card
because the
holder.
Life Pass gives you free rides anyway.
Got it.
A large number of rides each month, but this is a way to make it easier. Cut out the step of getting a tap card and using your tap card. Just take your EBT card.
Got it.
Okay.
I'm in
And
support of it as well, so.
Councilmember Najarian, will you give us an update of if it goes through and when we can actually notify residents if it
We
does?
can I can bring maybe someone from Metro to
Okay.
have a fair or work with staff to
That'll
help
be great.
the community outreach.
Okay. Looks like there's no other comments. Do I have a motion?
I'll move the item. There are two resolutions, is that right?
3.
Two resolutions and a motion. So I will move C123.
No.
No.
We're on D.
Sorry. D123. I'm sorry about that.
Second.
All right. Roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Next item?
Next is information services regarding dispensing with competitive bidding and authorizing a dark fiber and co-location master service agreement extension. 1, resolution to dispense with competitive bidding and authorize the city manager or his designee to amend the existing master service agreement with Crown Castle Fiber LLC, contract number C106498A for dark fiber and co-location services, and extend the term by 5 years through June 30th, 2029, not to exceed the annual budget, and authorizing 1 5-year renewal option.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Eric Brum. I'm the city's chief information technology architect. I'm here representing the IT department at Glendale Water and Power on this item. Having reliable and resilient redundant network connections is critical for the city to the internet, and it's essential to the delivery of core city services to the community. Dark fiber and colocation services are fundamental underlying service elements that comprise part of the city's internet connectivity service delivery model. So these are literally elements that we use to connect the city to the internet, provide services to the community through that, and our staff utilizes that internet connection to consume internet-based resources to provide services to the community as well. Too far. One back. Now I went too far. There we go. Got it this time. What is dark fiber? Fiber optic cables, when they're not lit up and there's nothing running across them, it's referred to as dark fiber. So that's literally what it is. Dark fiber services are when providers lease the use of those strands to folks for generally private communications, connecting networks from point A to point B. In the case of the cities, we use that connection to get us from city facilities to the main internet hub on the west coast of the United States, which is in downtown Los Angeles. Co-location services are data center facilities that they rent out rack space. Generally, these facilities, these co-location facilities, are built to the highest reliability standards and resiliency standards in the marketplace, much higher than a typical data center would be in a smaller facility like the city's facilities are. They're built with redundant connections to major telecommunications carriers, redundant power, redundant air conditioning systems, you name it, they've got it. What's the challenge for the city? We're relying upon these internet connections to actually operate. They're critical to delivering city services. The access to them is essential for city operations. And one of the primary drivers, literally, is that many of the services that the city used to provide on premise, that we used to host ourselves here within the city's data centers, are now actually hosted out in the internet space. So our staff needs to be able to get to them to communicate. For instance, when you look at the logo at the beginning, we're in recess, there's the 4 social media networks that are listed up there that we communicate on. Well, we got to be able to get to the internet to actually put that communications up for people to be able to read it and interact with us. The streaming of your meetings is one of the items that actually occurs of these internet connections. So we absolutely are relying upon these. Our legacy internet connection architecture that we used to use here in the city did not have resiliency. It didn't have redundancy. It literally was not a robust architecture. We could have a failure of a circuit, or we could have a failure of an internet port, and this entire city would go down. We'd lose internet connectivity for an extended period of time. A very good example is there was a fire several years ago up in the hills up here. I think it was called the Station Fire. Just simultaneously happens on that exact same weekend when that fire was going on, there was a fire down in the hills, sort of down by Montebello, and our old internet connection used to run through there, and the fiber optic cable actually burned. So we were down for several hours on the internet right during a major crisis going on in the north part of Glendale. So here's some of the services within the city that are reliant upon the internet service themselves. The police department and the fire department need it to provide their services to the community. Literally, the dispatch operations utilize internet connectivity all the time. They're constantly utilizing it. Some of our billing and payment systems are gated by internet access on the front to get to them, though we don't actually use the internet directly to communicate the payment systems information back and forth between city systems. There's none of that going on directly. Planning and consultation appointment scheduling is all done over the internet, and our internet connection is what provides that application to the community to be able to schedule these meetings. Public media streaming, as I mentioned earlier, the public Wi-Fi, so the Wi-Fi internet points that are in this room, that all runs over our internet connection. Our staff being able to browse to the internet, and the public being able to use the internet in city facilities. So folks that are sitting here in this room that might be using the Wi-Fi to access the internet to look at things. And then the city's social media communications, which I mentioned earlier. Some of the external facing things that are used by staff are all of our electronic mail is completely reliant upon the internet for what it does. All of our calendaring, where we store our files and where we share files with one another amongst staff. Our collaboration services platforms where we can work simultaneously on documents together, that all uses the internet as well. There are a number of cloud applications and services that are used by the city now that are completely reliant upon the internet. The entire EnerGov environment that sits behind the planning portal, that is all internet-based. None of that is run on premise itself. So everything that's done there for submitting electronic plans, our staff have to be able to go out to those sites that are on the internet to be able to get to them. And then staff Wi-Fi and browsing is another set of services as well that are used constantly. And our video and teleconferencing as well all uses internet connectivity. So why harp on the internet stuff? It's the underlying piece of what really makes up this agenda item. So it's important to understand why these services are so critical to city operations and how we can't survive without them. Ultimately, the vendor is cutting us a deal. They're actually lowering the price of our interconnections on a monthly basis, slightly below what they are today. And ultimately, they've given us, a longer term, a longer term commit gives us a lower price effectively. So we're sort of locked into the price structure we're in today. There are some CPIs that are built into the contract for various elements of them that they do annual increases for various cost elements. We're not asking for any appropriation. The money's already budgeted for next year. Could we take this out to a bidding process? Absolutely, but you got to give yourselves 2 to 3 years to conduct that bidding process because there's so many different elements that are intertied to actually change this internet connectivity for the city.
Question.
Go ahead.
So, in general, we're happy with their services. And that's
We're
what
quite
they're
happy
talking
with
about.
our services, and we did go through a competitive bidding process up front when we selected this vendor. We looked at what the market had to bear here in Southern California. This vendor made the most sense at the cheapest price, and it gave us the most connectivity to other municipalities, which actually use this vendor as well.
And and our contract is expiring, that's why we want to have a 5-year
It's
extension.
expiring at the end of June. If we don't renew this, we are going to be without internet service on the 1st of July.
And there's an option
Though
to
I don't think
renew.
they'll cut us off.
And there's an option to one-time option to renew for 5 years after that?
In the event that you approve that, and then we'd obviously have to ask for funding at that point in time. This is all tied to annual appropriations in the budgetary process. That's the reason why we're not asking for an appropriation. Next year's funds have already been requested in the budget request that GWP submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's my presentation.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Roll call.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Next item.
Next item is action item F, information services regarding dispensing with competitive bidding and authorizing use of CalNet contracts. One resolution to dispense with competitive bidding and authorize use of CalNet contracts.
Mr. Miller, floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor Sachi and members of council. I'll try to make this brief. As the Information Technology Department, we're committed to providing the city with optimal telecommunication services. Since 2010, we've been leveraging the aspects of the CalNet program for streamlining access to technology-related contracts. This has given us the flexibility and cost efficiency. Today, we're proposing to expand on use of that CalNet contract. It is a California Department Technology Division or program. CalNet is consistently delivering telecommunication services to the city of Glendale, including AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Crown Castle that we just spoke about, and just to name a few of those. It has been a reliable conduit to communication, data sharing, and essential government telecom operations. This proven foundation gives us a solid starting point to deliver technology services to the city and our community. We propose a partnership. Next one. We propose a partnership with California Department of Technology to directly utilize the state contracts managed under the CalNet program. These state contracts are utilized by 1,800 state agencies and local agencies and eliminates the bottleneck of telecom contracts, giving us the rapid access to services we need. CDT and CalNet have a complete service catalog of tailored solutions that fit the city of Glendale's requirements. Direct access to CalNet offers through the CDT not only more efficient, but also cost efficiency. We'll save on administrative overhead, seeing benefits sooner, and potentially securing lower costs through volume discounts. This is more about the cost savings. By expanding CalNet through the CDT, we unlock the full potential. We can quickly deploy new service offerings, embrace innovative technology, strengthen our cybersecurity services. This frees up our staff to focus on what truly matters, serving the community. Oops. All right. I kindly propose we consider partnering with the CalNet through the CDT, leveraging our catalog of options to enhance our efficiency of our information technology department. This decision promises cost savings, improved service delivery, and benefits the community. I'm here to answer any questions.
Questions? All right, do I have a motion?
I will move the item, 8F1.
Second?
Roll call?
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian.
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Next item?
Next is action item G, City Attorney regarding consideration of the composition of council districts related to the city's proposed transition to district-based council member elections and discussion of potential amendments to city charter, continued from May 7th, 2024 City Council meeting. 1, motion identifying a proposed district map for inclusion into a proposed ballot measure to transition to district-based council member elections. 2, motion providing direction on a proposed district map. 3, motion directing staff regarding proposed charter amendments pertaining to council districts, a directly elected mayor, and council compensation.
All right, we are
Like
we
brief-
getting a report? Are we?
Just a brief summary where we are at this point, Madam Mayor. So the council held a 6th public hearing on May 7th to discuss the transition, potential transition to council districts, along with the governance changes to the charter as noted, as read into the record by the city clerk. Doug Johnson of NDC provided a summary of the stakeholder outreach, as well as an overview of the maps that were discussed. After hearing the public comment during that hearing and having discussion, the council continued it to this evening. So if council has questions on the maps or the outreach, Doug is here to address those questions. I can certainly answer any questions regarding the governance changes that would be required for the charter, or that the council has at least to this point directed us to prepare for future consideration. We can also answer any questions regarding the process and the remaining timeline and cost to put these matters on the ballot in November. So at this point, we're seeking direction. Does the council want to give us direction to move forward with putting these measures on the ballot for November? Or do you want to refer this to the Charter Review Committee and have them look at it as part of their package, their work plan for the 2026 election? Do you want to table it? Do you want to take some other action? So that's where we're at this point. And again, we're here to answer any questions regarding the process, the maps, et cetera, at the council's discretion.
I think the way I kind of want to structure this is to hear whether or not there's interest in putting this on the November ballot and picking maps, or this is something that we're going to pass on for the 2026 election, and maybe even have the Charter Review Committee be part of that. So if we can kind of start the conversation there, and then if there is some consensus around the November elections, then we can talk about maps and stuff.
Sure.
I do want to note that Councilmember Kasakian hasn't been feeling well. He asked me to move the new business items to our next meeting. He's trying to push through this, so.
Mayor, thank you for that. In regards to this item, I noticed that there's a number of people that have stuck around for late. I don't know if they're here for oral communication. If they're here for this, I would defer to, I think most everyone has heard us talk about this ad nauseum or knows more or less where we would stand. I would defer to listening to what the public has to say at this late hour first, and then we can have our own deliberation. That would be my preference if my colleagues agree.
Do we have speakers?
We have 1 speaker card and 1 caller.
All right, and then we're going to stop taking cards or calls after the first speaker.
The first speaker is Susan Bruselian.
Good evening, City Council, staff. Long night. On the May 7th meeting, the consultant, Doug, I forgot your last name, I'm sorry. Johnson, thank you. One of his staff members claimed that groups were contacted about holding meetings but either declined or did not respond. This is completely untrue. Tri-Pepe Smith's representative at the time, I don't know if she's still there, McKenna Maurice, contacted me personally regarding the College Hills community on the phone and via email, personally and through the College Hills email, but never once asked to hold a meeting with our community members. What they did say was the following. Hi, Susan. It was a pleasure meeting with you yesterday, speaking with you yesterday. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me about the districting process being pursued in Glendale. I apologize for the delay, but I wanted to be sure to get a couple of flyers sent your way. Please find them attached. Let me know if you have any questions or I can be of further assistance. Have a great weekend. Best, McKenna. Then another email. I won't read the whole thing, but this was to the College Hills email, and it said, the city is proposing a change from at-large city council elections to district elections, and we are looking for input from the Glendale community on where they think the district boundaries should be. The district is holding a public hearing at City Hall, 613 East Broadway on July 11th during its 6 p.m. regular meeting to share about the process, and we are also holding a series of community workshops, one next to the Brown Library, yada, yada, yada. They didn't ask me if they wanted to come to our community and have a presentation. What they did say was, as a community-based organization, we'd love for you to spread the word about the upcoming community forums and encourage your constituents to get involved in the process. So saying that and then claiming that this was one of the slides that you guys showed 2 weeks ago, the following additional groups were contacted about holding meetings, but either declined or did not respond. College Hills is on here. Untrue. I sent an email to the community with the flyers they forwarded to me on July 11th. And I think my time is shorting down here. So I received calls from people who were showing their dismay about it. Others had no clue. Community outreach was almost nil for this. Nobody watches Channel 6.
Susan, I would love to speak with you about
Okay.
the details of that.
Okay.
I am very interested and
Okay.
concerned, so.
Okay,
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have several callers. We have Seta Khachadurian. Seta, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Seda Khachaturian. I'm against districting, and I will give you my reasons. Districting will make it easier for the unions to control the city by controlling separate districts. They can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and influence elections, and a good example is the GUSD elections. Number two, electing mayor for 4 years will be expensive to us taxpayers and will be subject to control by special interests, not us people. Number three, spending millions of dollars of our money to put this on the ballot. I, like many of Glendale residents, am tired of the council imposing new unnecessary programs such as districting to us. Instead of spending your time and our money for these unnecessary changes, start showing your care, and you care for us Glendale residents. Fix the streets, work with police department to come up with measures for pedestrian safety. Get rid of this ridiculous bike lane that doesn't serve any purpose except for one person in the council. And bike lanes serve a small minority and harm the majority. In conclusion, districting will limit the choices for us voting for council members. This shows you want to control us and who we vote for. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Eunice Bastian. Eunice, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello and good evening, council members. I'm calling in because I do not want the council districts. I've lived in Glendale for 80 years, all my life, and we have done well with the system that we have now. So I want to keep our existing 5 city council members who hear from all citizens and listen to them. They know and represent all opinions. I don't want remapping our city into 6 separate council districts. 6 districts voting may create more tie-breaking votes, and we might have more disputes over many issues. I see that. 5 votes is much better. I want to keep our mayor elected each year by the council members. I do not want an elected mayor for 4 years. I want to save money and I don't want to pay a new mayor full-time salary, and that'll save us a lot of money. And I see serious problems with this item in the way the city would be run, and I want the leaders to be accountable to each of us and to keep the city united. And I see it would create more problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next caller is Mike Mohill. Mike, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council. Good evening, council members. My name is Mike Mohill. I don't want to repeat myself on the issue of how I feel about council districts this evening, but I want to thank Seda, who spoke before me, her points about why she's against council district. But the first person who spoke, this woman says, no one reached out to me about council districts. I'm asking you, why come there's no really outreach? Did anybody put an ad in the Glendale News Press and say, hey, we're going to have an outreach, come fill out the petition? No. Did anybody put an ad in the Crescenta Valley Weekly, another local paper? Come fill the petition, read about council district? No. Did anybody put a comment in your Glendale Community newsletter? No. So, where were people supposed to know about this? They're supposed to go to the city website? Ask the city manager. I love the city manager answer this question. On a given day, how many people actually go to the city website and look up information? That's a good question that the council and the public should know. So as far as I'm concerned, this thing should be off the table and not at all. The public is saying they don't want it. Public is saying they do not want council district. And I was one of the first people, as you all know, who wanted council district, and I changed my mind. But again, let's ask the city manager how many people go to the city website to get information on any one day. Thank you.
Thank you. The next and final caller is Paul Karapetian. Paul, you're on air. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to point out a couple things. As a member of the newly designated Charter Review Committee, I would love to see this discussed. I think it's consequential enough, it's important enough, and it is appropriate for this group to discuss it if it is going to move forward. 2 weeks ago, there was a slide there. There was about 60 groups that were listed. And I think there's an issue that I take with that slide that the consultant provided, and it basically says these 60 groups either declined or did not respond. So I'd like to know how many actually did affirmatively declined, because I think lumping them all together is a little disingenuous. I'd like to know the numbers. And the last thing I'd point out is on YouTube right now, there's 33 people watching this. Assuming there's 10 times as many watching it on cable TV, which may be generous, that's not a lot of people. And I think we're doing a disservice right now because we don't have enough people in the community who are aware of what's going on. So I'd ask you to just consider giving the community an opportunity to understand more of what's going on regarding this very consequential issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is all.
Here, one point of possible confusion. The emails that Ms. Brazelia read, as she noted, I appreciate that, were from July of last year. So they were the emails that went out for that first round of hearings and committee forums. They were not the emails that went out inviting people to the stakeholder meetings. Those would have been in December and January. So staff can check and get you the actual messages that went out.
I see she's shaking her head in the back. Do you have a copy of that email?
Yeah. She read the dates.
I know, but
And if I may, I did confirm with staff that the survey was sent to two representatives from that association in an email, and then there were obviously, as noted, there were follow-up phone calls and voicemails.
Okay, I still have a lot of concerns about the rest of that list.
I'm only clarifying that text because it did not invite anyone, was before we invited the groups to the stakeholder.
And if the survey specifically asked these stakeholder groups if you want a stakeholder meeting, if you want to have us meet with you. And so the follow-up that we got from the association or any organization that followed up with us, then we scheduled a meeting.
Okay. I did hear from the Glendale Latino Association that you had met with them, and it was through that second round because they weren't part of that original list and so forth, but I do want to do a deeper dive on the rest. My colleagues have comments, questions? Mr. Garpetian.
Well, I think, as Mr. Councilmember Kasakian mentioned, we really voiced our opinion on this issue so many times. And when I was not on council, I attended council meetings, and I voiced my opinion that I'm against districting. It's no secret to anyone. But since we have a charter review, instead of rushing into things and putting it on the November's ballot, I think we need to table this and kick it back to charter review. They can approach all these 50 organizations, and I contacted 2 or 3 of them. It's the same situation. They either were not contacted, and today at the briefing, or it was yesterday at the briefing when I mentioned it to some of the staff members, they came back to me today and said, oh, they contacted so-and-so on this organization, and that guy is a volunteer person in that organization, is not part of the, the leadership, is not the CEO. So there may have been a contact with some of these organizations, but not the right people probably. So my biggest concern was the Chamber of Commerce, because they, as I said in the past, they organized the largest event we have in Glendale, and that is the State of the City, and everybody under the moon is there. If they're not involved, I have a huge concern. So as far as districting, my position hasn't changed, but just to be courteous and give everyone a chance to voice their opinion, maybe all these 50 organizations come in and say, no, we want districting. Then we'll look at it with a different lens. But I think today, for us to choose a map, I'm very confused with these maps, and I'm sure so many other people are. And there were so many of them, and trying to choose between them is difficult in a short period of time. I think there is no threat at this time to the city. We can wait until kick it back to the charter committee. Maybe meanwhile, the rest of the cities that they are in litigation, they may get to some point that give us a better, opinion as to what our grounds will be on defending the city. If not, and I think that would be the right thing to do. Just rushing it and putting it on the November ballot, and without getting the community involved. And when we have the charter review committee, I don't think that's the right thing. I think the right thing to do is just put a halt on it right now and give it to the charter review committee, and they can come back next few months before the end of next year, and we still have time to, if the council decides, if there are good reasons for it, we can still put it on the ballot for, I don't know, next year, the following year. That's where I am.
Before I go on with to my colleagues, Mr. Galanian, I remember when I first got on council, I asked for a nonprofit list. Staff was going to put it together. Do we have that nonprofit list, an updated nonprofit list? Because then I asked again when I became mayor, because I wanted to do outreach to the nonprofits in our city, and I still haven't received it. And do we have a solid, updated list?
Mayor Sadrian, I believe we do, and staff's been working on it. I was under the impression that you had received a copy of it, but I'll follow up with staff tomorrow morning.
Okay, I think it would be worthwhile for us to take a look at that list, and then I think if any of us also have
Connections with them.
so, okay, Councilmember Najarian.
Thank you. I'm going to give you my very abbreviated discussion. I agree with all the points that Mr. Garpetian made, as well as the speakers. But additionally, I do think it would be helpful for us if we wait and see how the law is finally settled with the dilution issues. Not that that is the only reason that the threat of lawsuit was not the only reason that this came up. There were some policy reasons that the districting brought up, but I think to guide us in the future, let's get it to the charter review. Let's see and keep a close look as to any developments in the legal discussion of this issue and act accordingly. Thank you.
Councilmember Kasakian?
Thank you. So I think that there's a number of benefits to having district representation besides the issues in terms of avoiding a potential lawsuit. You know, when we look at the makeup of our council, when we look at where representation has come from, there hasn't always been representation. I mean, at least for 25 years, as far as I can recall, maybe longer, there hasn't been any council member representing any portion of the southern part of the city. I think Gus Gomez perhaps was the last council member to do so. And there was an attempted recall against him, which we don't need to necessarily get into the history of. I am concerned about a couple of issues. One is outreach that is done to different groups and stakeholders. A lot of people are going to be affected by this. So I think that we need to look at how we've done the outreach. The maps that have been proposed, I'm fine with some, but I think that the public and a charter review committee deserves to also weigh in on this. I also know that there were more maps that city councils have looked at. I understand that there were maps that were drawn or perhaps provided for council to consider before I came on council. So I'd like to ask the city attorney what would be the process for us to be able to look at those maps and make those maps public. How would we go about that? So let me pause right here and yield the floor to the city attorney to get an answer on that, and then
You're referring to the maps that
that were provided to council and prior to my coming on council. There were draft maps.
Right.
Correct.
9 years ago. The catch is that those would have been drawn using 2010 census data.
Okay.
So they'd all be out of date and not comply with 2020 census
And they were
data.
also before the Fair Maps Act, so many of those maps wouldn't comply with the statute today. But you're quite, yeah, and there were some maps just to,
But
that
if
were
we want to
prepared
look
for
at
intern
that,
review.
how would we be able to? I mean, if public wanted to make, let's say,
They
any member
were
of the
part of
public.
closed session briefings.
Yeah, so I mean, ultimately, the
I
council
mean,
would
if they're
have,
obsolete, why not just make them public?
sure, I mean, the council would have to authorize, and I'd have to look in the process to disclose that. We might have to agendize it and look at whether there's any risk from disclosing that. And again, those are really just prepared, there were no discussion or debate on those. They were prepared just to show the council kind of at the time what options might be if we were challenged. That was really it. So other than that, I can't really explain a little bit more without.
But if there was an actual procedure to be able to.
It would
look
be
in-
for the council to waive the closed session, privilege associated with those documents. But I would want to give my, correct. Well, the
Can I
council.
share it with my colleagues?
The council at the time, the current council can waive it. It rests with the council that's, the governing body at the time. But I would want to look at them. I want to make sure there's no risk, legal risk, from providing those and discuss it with outside counsel. But that would be the process, ultimately, for the council to waive that privilege and authorize/direct us to provide them to the public.
I think in the spirit of transparency, I think it's important for especially those who are going to do deeper dives into this from the public, from the Charter Review Committee. It's important to know the history of where we've come from, and I think that would be valid. I believe that's a valid request to be made, and I would make that request.
We'll look at it and then provide an opinion to the council.
Okay. So having said that, I think that, I do think that there is merit to a more careful and tempered approach to make sure that the Charter Review Committee looks at this as well, for us to have a totality of the information as to how we have arrived to where we have arrived to, where we are now. And in the interim, I would like to know what the specific costs are to a November ballot measure. And let me just say, if there was a desire by my colleagues to move forward with this now, which it doesn't look like there's generally consensus to, I would only move forward with the council district part. I think that adding a lot into it convolutes the issue in terms of council pay, the other details of what the mayor's duties are, to make all those decisions now on the fly versus having a body of citizens weigh in on that and stakeholders would be premature. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing right. I know that we started this process. I have nothing to complain about. I mean, there are criticisms I have, but I don't think that this exercise and the funds spent on it and the time spent on it was completely futile. I think that there was areas of that certainly could have used improvement. Every mistake is a learning opportunity, especially in terms of how we do outreach, how we talk to different groups, how persistent we are in communicating with certain groups. But that is where I would stand right now. If there was a desire to move forward, I would only give direction on which specific maps to go forward with without any of the other questions that you have in terms of mayorship or whatever else. I would wait on that. But if there wasn't, then I'm fine with having this being referred to the charter committee, charter review committee as well.
Right. So I have grave concerns about the community outreach. I've made it clear time and again. I think the last presentation was also, given the organizations that were listed that never responded, it really is hard for me to believe just knowing how those organizations operate. I had from the get-go talked about the need for our diverse communities to be reached out in their own way where they're at, and I don't see that. I have great concern about the price tag of it being on the November ballot. I don't think it's worth it, and I'm happy to have the Charter Review Committee have this be part of their discussion and then come back. I think I recognize that even when we're putting together the maps, it's something that's so detailed. I don't think that the average person, especially with language barriers, is going to be able to sit there and just carve out things. That's why the initial maps that we got were just kind of, people took to the neighborhood that they knew and they cared about and then just built around that. But I'm happy to have you share all the information that you did get so far. I think it should also live in a space where anybody that is interested in this can continue to see it as the Charter Review Committee is going through it and be able to add input, but that's where I'm at with it. And so given this, it seems like there's a consensus here.
I'm not sure everybody spoke, but.
I haven't spoken.
Oh, well, you
Sorry,
didn't have your.
No, I
okay.
didn't have my hand up.
Okay.
I
All
haven't
right.
spoken yet, but I don't have much to say. I think I've been clear that I believe, like Councilmember Kasakian does, that the benefits of districting are something that we have identified, and they're not related necessarily to the threat of a lawsuit. The threat of a lawsuit kind of added a little bit of urgency to this, but we've always felt that that there are pros and there are cons. No system is perfect, but on balance, having districts, I think, will bring more benefits than costs. So having said that, I do share some of the concerns about outreach. It is surprising, that long list of people that didn't respond, and I think had we done it differently and had maybe some of us contacted some of these groups, because we all have relationships, we might have had a better outcome. I'm not faulting Kopepi Smith on this. I think we fell down a bit in terms of us making sure that outreach was as effective as it could have been. I still would support going ahead. I hear people say the public doesn't want districts. I'm not so sure about that. I think if we put it to a vote, it would pass. But under the circumstances, I'm willing to go with the the sentiment here, which is take a little bit more time, have the Charter Commission look at this. I'm not quite ready to say we pull the plug on November, but having the Charter Commission look at this issue, maybe would be a good thing. You're looking at me like you want to say something.
Yeah, I do, but.
Because not pulling the
Yeah,
plug.
I think we're getting to the point where getting to the place where we have Fisher cut bait on November. And if we're going to go forward in November, you really need to be, at this point, directing us to prepare the necessary resolutions and the ballot language, put that all together, select a map. We haven't done that. And then come back, because we are getting close to that thing. As we mentioned the last time, the Charter Review Committee it would be a lot to ask them now, between now and July 30th, to give them this information, tell them what their role is as Charter Review Committee, and ask them to weigh in on this. So when I mentioned going to the Charter Review, I was working under the operating presumption that if you're going to do that, then we're going to kick this to 2026, and you would have the Charter Review Committee study that as part of it. As related to Councilmember Kasakian's question, I know you had suggested, I think, just going forward with the districts, but remember the district, we studied a 6-district plan with the mayorship, so those pieces would have to go together, or they couldn't really go at all. They don't work without each other. So that's our recommendation at this point. If you want to go forward in November, we would really need that direction tonight. We would need to either select a map tonight, or give us very clear direction on the number of maps that you want to study in the very near future. Otherwise, and what I think I heard was some support for referring this to the Charter Review Committee, having them start their work, in the summer, and we would have between this summer and early 2026 to put it all together and see if the council wants to put it back then.
That's what I'm comfortable with. I'm not comfortable on doing anything for November, so that's where I am.
I mean, if, just to finish up, I mean, I would have been happy selecting a map a long time ago.
Yeah, I understand.
But given where we are, given the concerns with outreach, I'm sure we could have done a better job, and we still can do a better job. I'm not happy about not doing November, but I'm willing to go with the consensus here, what sounds like it's developing, which is to refer to the Charter Review Commission and look at this as a potential, I guess this would be a 2026.
June of 2026.
June of 2026 item. If that's what it's going to be, I'll sign on to that.
Councilmember Kasakian?
I have one question. If we refer this as part of the scope of the Charter Review Committee, and in the meantime, there is someone that sues the city, what would be the timeline of action and response to such a lawsuit?
Without getting into too much detail, because it involves, legal exposure, you'd have. Hypothetically, if we were past the November timeline, which we're pretty close to anyway, we could defend the lawsuit. The council could consider a transition to a 5-district plan that would take effect for the June 2026 election. But at the same time, consider a transition to a voter-approved 7-district plan or whatever, 6-district plan or whatever the council would deem appropriate for the council to consider in June 2026. There are a multitude of options at that point.
So that would not preclude us that would not force us to go only to a 5-district plan?
No, it would be an option.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So would you like a motion with those items?
I think it would be a motion to refer the matter related to districts to the Charter Review Committee.
To return no later than it would be necessary to put on the 26th
Correct.
election.
Is that what you were looking for, Councilmember Kasakian?
Look, I also would like to see this issue addressed sooner rather than later. Ultimately, I think that it's the voters of Glendale that are going to adopt or reject this, and there's a lot of unknowns in between now and then. But in the spirit of making sure that everyone has their voice and say in this process, I'm comfortable with referring this to the Charter Review Committee and having them study and report back to us. I don't necessarily want to put a specific timeline on it. Who knows what happens between now and 2026. It's very likely it'll probably go to 2026, but that would be my recommendation.
All right.
I'll second that. Is there a motion, Mr.?
that's it.
I'll second the motion.
Did the motion include everything that you wanted, Mr. Kasakian?
Yeah, as long as there's no, if there's an option for the charter committee to come to us with a report sooner, I'm fine with that.
I anticipate the Charter Review Committee would be providing, or staff would be providing you regular updates on the work of the commission.
Okay.
All right.
That's fine.
So it's amended to that request. You're okay with that, Councilmember?
Yeah, well,
Michele?
my motion was no later than it would be necessary
All right.
to put on the 26th.
Okay.
Earlier would be obviously falling.
I'll second that. I'll
All right,
back
great.
up with that.
Motion and a second. May we have roll call?
Yes. Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Garpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes. Councilmember Kasakian has asked that we move the future agenda items to the next meeting, and I'm going to grant that to him. There's nothing urgent.
That's part of the meeting.
Well,
No,
I don't have.
I've been wanting to do, I mean, I have items on there too, but he hasn't been feeling well, and I want to offer him the courtesy. I don't think there's ever, aside from actually the one time I was on the couch thinking I'm dying, aside from that time,
the
that
one-
it wasn't moving.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing I don't want to do is necessarily get up and leave a council meeting. I take this responsibility seriously, so I would like to stick around as long as possible to hear the members of the public who've done so as well, and there was an adjournment that we can read, but I appreciate you. I know that some of our discussions could go much longer than we anticipate.
I just want to mention that my item, I asked for it 2 weeks ago. It was supposed to be on the agenda last week. Somehow it fell through the cracks. Not a problem. I respect Councilmember Kasakian. It's not an issue. We can do it next week, but I want to make sure that this item is on the agenda next week.
In 2 weeks.
For clarification,
2
Mayor.
weeks, yeah, 2 weeks, see?
All of it will come back, and my apologies. Okay. Oral communicate, and Councilmember Kasakian, if you need to go.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Excited to hear what's next.
I can tell.
Okay.
Oral communication?
Yes, oral communications is next. Discussion is limited to items not a part of this agenda. Each speaker is allowed 5 minutes. Council may question or respond to the speaker, but there will be no debate or decision. The city manager may refer the matter to the appropriate department for investigation and report. We currently have 5 speaker cards and 2 callers.
Great, and we're taking the last one after the first speaker is done.
The first oral communication public comment is by Joy Park Thomas. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Joy Park Thomas. I've been a resident of Glendale for 24 years, and this is my first time I've ever felt the need to come down and raise an issue before you. So that tells you something about how important this is for me. But I'll try not to go on too long, because I know you've had a really long evening. Today I discovered that the City Planning Committee held a public hearing last week to grant a private school on Lowell a permanent use variance to, among other things, use the intersection of Boston and 2nd Avenues as a permanent student pickup and drop-off zone. As the council member and other speakers tonight have mentioned and attested to, student drop-off and pickup zones are a madhouse, and to make an R1 low-density residential intersection into a permanent pickup drop-off zone where it was never built or intended to accommodate that kind of traffic has really impacted the quality of life of everyone who lives near that intersection. And if you're not familiar with that section of Glendale, Lowell and Boston are parallel north-south streets. And this issue it's becoming worse, but this issue came up about 3 years ago because the pandemic shut down emergency eased off and the school ramped up its student body. But it had already been granted a use variance to increase its maximum student body by another 200 students. That's a 40% increase in its student body. So it started off as a relatively small school. And now they have such an overflow of students that they use this residential intersection that's over 1,000 feet away from the school property as its secondary pickup zone on a daily basis. Now, the reason why you might be asking, well, why didn't you raise this issue at the public hearing? It's because only residents who live within 500 feet of the school property are ever notified. But the use that they're making is about 1,000 feet. I mean, it might not be quite 1,000, certainly more than 500. And if I may show you a map, might be a little hard to see. The yellow area is the school, and this is Lowell. And this little pink circle is the intersection that they're using as a student drop-off and pickup zone. That's also where my house is. Now imagine that you bought your house 10 years ago, and it's a nice, quiet neighborhood, and you love it. You love living in Glendale. You've lived in Glendale for decades. And all of a sudden, a school zone opens up on your front door. And the fact that the city planning office told me they don't have to notify people who live at that intersection that they've granted the school use of. They only have to notify people who are within 500 feet of the school grounds itself. Now, I feel extremely disenfranchised because I would have certainly raised my voice at that public hearing. And I know the other neighbors who are impacted every day for like 45 minutes to an hour because parents will come early to get a great parking spot right at that corner and camp out there and run their cars and smoke and throw their cigarette butts everywhere. And there's one lane in each direction on Boston. On Second, on the east side of Second, it's one lane period. It can go in either direction, but the south side of the street is for parking, and the north side of those side streets are for one lane in either direction. I mean, it's one lane no matter what direction you go in. So that's how tightly packed those streets are, and to have that taken up by the extra 200 parents daily, it is a huge disruption to everybody who lives there. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. You can't. Next speaker, please. Thank you. You can, if you want to stay, we can speak after. Okay.
Our next speaker is Janet Balekian.
Good evening, council members. Long night. I've been a resident of Glendale for 45 years and a teacher of 25 years. GUSD schools are my alma mater, and I'm appalled as to where they've come. I'm ashamed at how this council has represented not only Glendale residents, but the teachers and students in GUSD. This council is representing Glendale residents in the same way that teachers' unions are representing the majority of teachers, and that representation is abysmal. Just to clarify what Councilman Ara Najarian was saying about what is being taught to students, he was echoing what Glendale parents were concerned about. I, as a teacher, have seen sexual content being presented in schools in neighboring districts and have spoken to Glendale teachers who firsthand have said that sex is being taught in our classes. I am a science teacher, and I've taught health, biology, anatomy, and physiology, and have never in any way presented my content the way it's being taught now in classes. Let's call it what it is. It's porn. It's being taught in our classes, and they're talking about oral sex, anal sex, and anything you would see in an adult film. When you use non-existent laws to threaten parents that their parental rights will be taken away, that is no different than teachers' unions bullying good teachers who teach students rather than indoctrinate them, or speak up against the filth that is being taught in our classes. If city officials can threaten to punish parents for exercising their parental rights, then residents can report teachers to the Commission on Teacher Credentialing for misconduct. The latter is legal, whereas the former is not. You do not need to be a school official to report teachers committing sexual harassment and child abuse, which is what is happening in our classes by certain teachers and upheld by both district officials as well as yourselves. You are not exempt from accountability, as you are complicit to all that is going on in our schools and in our communities. Thank you.
Our next public comment is by Mark.
Hello, good evening. I brought today copy of the 7th grade Positive Prevention Plus, the book for the students. This is a student's workbook. I'll just read. This was given to 7th graders during the month of May, 7th grade, with their teaching health class, sexual education. How do you do abstinence? Think of abstinence as a verb. It's how you handle a relationship without having sexual contact, anal, oral, vaginal, or digital. So they explain. So I'm sure 11, 12-year-old child is gonna try to understand what is this, right? And depending who the teacher is, we have teachers' manuals when they are actually dictating teachers what to tell on the subjects, what to teach on the subjects. Then there are lots of class assignments. For example, step 1, imagine this is the teachers telling the kids, right? This is their assignments. Imagine someone has decided to be abstinent. Create your own definition, description of what it means to be sexually abstinent, 11-year-olds. Second question, after creating a definition of what it means to be sexually abstinent, list reasons why being abstinent is important for you and your future. And then it says, brainstorm a list of all the safe, healthy, and legal activities you can do with someone without having sexual contact with them. They are more descriptive things. Then there's an activity, it's called red light, yellow light, green light. This is when the kids are given their lights and they're supposed to role play. First few words, oral sex, that's under yellow light. Donate blood, green light, that's a safer one. Anal sex, red light. Are these words being put into the minds and hearts of our kids as young as 11, 12-year-olds? And there's more. And then there are a few things that the teachers are instructed to teach. This is from the facilitator manuals. Organize the class into cooperative learning groups of 4 students per group. Distribute 4 cards to each group, 2 body fluids and 2 body openings. Ask the students to make, if they can, 1 combination of cards that transmits HIV and 1 combination that will not transmit. Ask each group to display and discuss whether their combinations of cards could or could not transmit HIV. So and then they go forward, and then this is for teacher to explain body fluid cards, blood, semen, vaginal fluids, breast milk, rectal fluid, urine, saliva, sweat, body opening cards, mouth, penis, whatever they're, all the rest, ear, navel, and I don't want to even read it. This is being read to 11-year-olds. Do you feel comfortable hearing all these things? So this is a child abuse happening inside classrooms, and I hope the parents hear this. So please, parents, go talk to your teachers. Usually these are science teachers who are instructed to teach these classes during their health and sexual class time. So this also happens in the 9th grade. The 9th grade, which is high school, they give the picture of the man and a woman. The kids are supposed to draw in the body openings and draw the body fluids. It's a cool activity, right? This is too exposing, and it's like it says it is porn. It's not supposed to be taught to 11, 12, 13, 14-year-olds. I don't think you would like to have your kids learning or hearing or discussing these things with their students, with their friends. They're teaching kids how to use these words. Yeah, the kids have imaginations, right? And they're also are being provided with slides, with movies, with different types of things. So there's lots of material. I can go on and read a few other things. Ask students to identify all of the sexually transmitted infections they can name. So is an 11-year-old supposed to know all these names of the sexually transmitted diseases? They're like 15, 16. I don't think you know all of them. Why are they being taught to an 11, 12-year-old kids? Another ones, so I have more. Green light behaviors, sexual monogamy.
Thank you for your time.
Our next public comment is by James Clark.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Satrian. I came today to talk because I saw this in the Glendale News Press. You may have probably all seen it. It's the Glendale Out article that they published, calling you out for your non-action. The performance earlier that we saw was intended to shame you into action, and I implore you to ignore it. You can't have missed that this group of people that stood here before you today were all wearing masks. That's because they're wearing masks to protect them from a perceived threat. That threat no longer exists. We all know that. We're all safely sat in this room. They're wearing masks because of a perceived threat, because they perceive themselves as victims. They're perceived victims of a victimhood that is not real. You know, they are also signaling their virtue with masks, like you signaled your virtue with the proclamation you made that they're calling you out for being empty. Does homophobia exist? Sure. Will it ever be eradicated? Never. So I grew up in a time when gay people just wanted to be treated like everybody else. We didn't want special treatment. We just wanted to blend into society and just get on with our lives. And these kids today have, excuse my French, lost their damn minds. You know, life has never been better for gay people, but they don't get attention that way, right? They don't get attention just by living their lives and assimilating into society like most of us do. One could argue that gay people and trans people are prominent figures in culture and society. They're revered, they're celebrated in TV, film, music, theater. These kids should have tried growing up when there weren't gay or trans people on TV, and the only gays in films were flamboyant queens, or they were dying of AIDS, or they were always the punchline of a joke. Dan Brotman brought this issue back from the dead by using it to prevent Aaron Ajarian from taking the mayorship. But even that, as we heard tonight, isn't good enough for these activists, because you're never going to please them, because their perceived victimhood isn't going away, whatever it is that you do to please them. If you give in to their demands to have a pride parade in Glendale, with all the examples of degeneracy that tend to be displayed at these events, you could open yourselves up, or you could unleash a controversy way greater than what happened on June 6 at GUSD last year. We all know the demographics of this community, and you know, you're going to just create more perceived victimhood that you're then going to have to double down and prove to these people that you really care about them. By doing it, you'll create more homophobia, more vocal homophobia, more active homophobia and transphobia. Since moving to Glendale, I've been called a faggot once, and that's to my face, at least. I'm not concerned about it. I'm not losing any sleep over it. I told the gentleman that I'd rather be a faggot than a Zibil Kuratsi-ish, and I went on my way. Because that's what adults do. We get on with our lives. And the reality is that you're never going to change people's minds. You're never going to stop them from thinking the way that they do, no matter how many proclamations you make, no matter how many people you have parading down the street wearing their underwear or dressed as a dog or reading books to children.
the reality is you'll never change their minds. You have to get on with your life, and you have to stop caring about what people think. And I urge you, as someone from a group whom you purport to be advocates for, to stay as far away from this issue as possible. Because for the sake of peace in our city and these chambers, just don't touch it. Let these people continue with their perceived victimhood and get on with their days. That's all I had to say about that particular issue. I did want to just quickly touch on the districting. I went to one of the community outreach events. Mr. Brotman was there also, Mr. Gapetian. And I just wanted to say that Doug, I think, did a really great job of leading that session, asking people's questions, answering people's questions and making sure that he gave people any information that they had. So I don't think it's a fair representation to say that he didn't do a good job. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next public comment is by Alex Belikian.
Good evening, Council. I also wanted to discuss the Glendale Out advertisement and also the proclamation that was made. I have lived in Glendale for 45 years. I have never been called a faggot. I've never been called a queer. The first time that I was called anything hateful for being different was when I was called a bigot, a racist, a transphobe, a Nazi, by people that I don't know because they were hiding behind social media profiles. They were concealing their identities with masks, like half the people that were in this room, much like the Ku Klux Klan conceals their faces with masks. And let's ask ourselves, are masked Klansmen the victims or the perpetrators of hate crimes? When you perceive that you're being victimized, when you perceive victimization, when there is no victimization, there's a medical term for that. That is classic textbook paranoia. Paranoia is a symptom of multiple different mental illnesses. When you have this vehemently exaggerated response to normal triggers, that is adjustment disorder. Again, a psychiatric condition. When you bring cameras of your own into a televised city council meeting, that is narcissistic personality disorder. Again, a psychiatric condition. If you are concerned that somebody has a psychiatric condition, if you want to help them, you do not enable their psychiatric condition. You do not affirm their paranoid delusions. You get them help because there is nothing external that is going to quench these people's emptiness. And they look for more and more external things so they can avoid and distract from the internal reflection that they must do. So this is why I'm saying that it's a terrible idea to give in, because nothing will placate these people. If they want to do something, I think we should perhaps extend Glendale's Mental Health Awareness Month another month in June. But as far as representing them, as far as them speaking for gay people, they do not speak for me, and this will be simply one more move that the city makes to placate something, a black hole that is unquenchable. Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, the next public comment is by Maro Yakubian.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to discuss the Commission on the Status of Women. Elena Satrian, you do not know what a woman is. Yet, you are hell-bent on expanding the powers of the Commission on the Status of Women. The Glendale Municipal Code largely restricts the Commission to issues within the city of Glendale. However, it appears that the Commission is being used as a tool for those who want to advance the extreme progressive agenda. What once was a commission focused on helping women and girls, such as field trips to the fire station, education on domestic abuse, has now become a quasi-legislative arm of the progressives on this council. It is wrong for the city to become involved in state legislation, especially involving such hot-button issues as abortion and gender transitioning surgeries for minors. Typically, the City Council has chosen to stay out of such issues. But now, the Commission on the Status of Women is being used to advocate for these progressive issues. Last week, they were discussing and voting on support for doctors in Arizona who, until their abortion law kicks in November, should be funded by California taxpayers. This is just one typical example of how this commission is being used. Why in the world are we Glendale residents supporting a commission that is outright supporting abortions in other states? How about the women in this city who value life? Well, how did the misuse of this commission happen? Usually, the city manager's office would oversee the commission and advise them as necessary and act as a filter to keep hot-button and deeply dividing issues off the council agenda in the interest of time, efficiency, and relevancy to the council's duties. Well, what has changed? The Women's Commission is now managed by our city clerk, Susie Abadjan, an elected official who has her own political agenda. We saw her at the GUSD board meetings, slamming concerned parents. We see her up in Sacramento, pushing for issues way off base. We see her promoting Assembly Bill 1432 with the Women's Commission for Gender Surgeries on Minors. Absurd, simply absurd. Why are they doing this? The progressive commissioners are being appointed by the progressive council members to support an assembly bill. They approve it, and then it gets taken to council. And when it's being taken to council, council sees it as the Commission on the Status of Women support this bill. And so the City of Glendale and the progressive council members say, we sign off on it because the Commission on the Status of Women approved it or supported it. The problem is that the city clerk has absolutely no authority to manage any commission, let alone the Women's Commission. Her duties are clearly set forth in the city charter and in no way extend her duties to managing a commission. She is acting unlawfully and contrary to our city charter. As an elected official, she is using the commission to increase her value to the state, regional, and local progressives by advancing the woke agenda within the city structure and to act as the sixth council member. You will not trick us by expanding this commission. We will not be fooled.
Our next public comment is by Ara Manukian. Ara, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Ara Manukian, and I'm calling today as on May 7th, a couple City Council meetings ago, Council Member Kasakian brought up the issue of divesting from Azerbaijan and agendizing a more detailed discussion. I wanted to bring up another issue, which is on August 23rd, 2022, the City Council unanimously passed a resolution establishing a sister city relation with the City of Glendale and the City of Martuni Artsakh. And this is a city that I have lived in for years, and I have a home, which is now, of course, under the control of Azerbaijan after the ethnic cleansing of last year. And during the passing of this unanimously passing of this resolution establishing a sister city, one of the things that was addressed was, and this is by Councilman Kasakian, he was quoted as saying, there there is a lot that we are able to gain from the exchange between our two cities with this agreement. Additionally, the relationship sends a clear message that we stand with the people of Artsakh and their just cause to live in peace on their ancestral land, free from Azerbaijan's aggression. And this was echoed by other council members. So my question to the city council and a proposal of the city council is that a group be formed to help the people of Artsakh who have lived on their ancestral lands for over 7,000 years and have been ethnically cleansed, and to bring attention to this matter, because as it stands now, not only are the people of Artsakh in danger of basically they have been ethnically cleansed from their native lands, but also Armenia is now under threat by Azerbaijan. So the group that I propose is more of an outreach to the community, because today we actually do have people from Martuni and from other cities in Artsakh living in Glendale, and not only to show them support, but to educate our community as to what transpired, how we got to where we're at today, and what we can do, what tangible steps that we can do as a city to have this, what we call cultural, educational, professional, and humanitarian cooperation with the city of Martuni, which the city still exists, but of course, we're just not there right now. And as a sister city to the people and the city of Martuni, I think it's an obligation that we don't sit and take reactionary measures, which is what we've been doing in the past. When something happens, that's when we act. We should be constantly engaged in this issue, because it's only going to get worse. And I think it's an obligation that the city of Glendale has as a sister city. And we can also invite in at some point Burbank, who's a sister city of Hadrut, and Los Angeles, who's a sister city of Berzor, and so on, to also participate in a larger outreach so we can educate people and prevent these things not only from happening in the future to other cities in Armenia, but also there are things that can be done to reverse the trend and to help the people of Artsakh and Martuni to possibly return to their homes at some point in safety and, as Councilman Katsakyan said, free from Azerbaijan's aggression. So I'm throwing that out there, and I'm also calling to find out when will this be agendized, the divesting from Azerbaijan, to make sure that the city of Glendale is not spending any money that ends up in the Azeri's hands. And I guess I could also reach out to Councilman Katsakyan, which I do plan on doing. So, Artie, I will get in touch with you, but I really think that something concrete needs to be done as the obligation that we have to our sister cities in Martuni and Artsakh. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next caller is Randy Stevenson. Randy, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Satrian and council members. My name is Randy Stevenson. I'm the president of Stevenson Real Estate Services. My offices are located at 1111 North Brand Boulevard, and the company has been located on Brand Boulevard, north of Glen Oaks, for well in excess of 40 years. Now that the setup for the North Brand Shared Space and Place Demonstration Project has been completed, or as I like to call it, the North Brand Deterioration Project, I'm wondering just how quickly we can get it removed. To suggest it has been anything other than a failure would boggle the mind. Let me give you a number of examples of the deterioration of conditions to North Brand Boulevard and the surrounding area that have been created by this massive error. Number one, southbound traffic backs up from Glen Oaks Boulevard through the Dryden Street intersection. In my personal experience, it's taken 3 light cycles to get through Glen Oaks Boulevard from my office. Number two, given the single lane backs up so far, it is impossible to exit any buildings with traffic in front of the driveways unless a nice driver allows you to pull into the single lane. Number three, it is essentially impossible to see bicyclists, of which I have seen exactly 0 riding in the bike lane, when you are pulling into a building from Brand Boulevard, given the cars parked on the street. Number four, it is impossible to back out of a parking space if you are parked in an angled space on brand due to the traffic blocking you in the space. Number 5, again, from personal experience, I immediately exit brand and either head east or west, depending on which way I need to go, through the residential street to avoid the disaster of cars backed up on brand. Number 6, removing parking spaces on the east side of the street between Brand Boulevard and Fairview Avenue has pushed more cars to park on the already congested neighboring residential street in order to visit the shops on brand. Number 7, watching the emergency vehicles navigate southbound has been most enjoyable. Their progress is immediately slowed given the significantly less maneuverable area with which they have to contend. If anybody can please let me know what can be done to eliminate this abject failure, I would greatly appreciate it. If it is the proper protocol, I urge City Council to please place an item on the agenda to end this project immediately and have the installation removed. Every day that goes by is another miserable day dealing with this disaster. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Our next caller is Ani. Ani, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
I'm speaking today to bring clarity backed by evidence and facts and not just personal emotions to the ongoing claims made by Mr. Brotman against Councilmember Najarian. It is upon these unfounded claims that Mr. Brotman has based his reasoning for voting against Mr. Najarian's mayorship, which the majority of the city residents know has been just a bunch of political theater. So let's go through Mr. Najarian's statements from his California Insider interview. Statement 1, Mr. Najarian said that the, quote, material students were being taught was not appropriate. There's evidence to support this statement. In the elementary schools, an example is in 2022 to 2023, parents stumbled upon stacks of gender ideology books in their kids' elementary schools. It turns out these books made their way into GUSD libraries through fraudulent means. No formal approval process was followed. They were basically donated by a previous GUSD parent who founded an LGBTQ advocacy nonprofit organization, and that parent joined forces with Assistant Superintendent Kelly King and decided to just put them on GUSD school library shelves. No board meeting, no approval process, no communication. Here's an excerpt from one of those books intended for elementary age kids. Quote, for some people, the grown-ups guess right about their body and their gender. Babies can't talk, so grown-ups make a guess by looking at their bodies. It goes on to say, quote, these are just a few words people use: trans, gender neutral, non-binary, gender fluid, bigender, third gender, two-spirit. Here's a high school example. A Clark AP Psych teacher who is a prominent LGBTQ activist in the community and part of union leadership has been reported by students and parents to push his own political and personal agendas in his classroom. For example, he has students watch a TED Talk YouTube video about, quote, homosexuality and epigenetics, which mentions the word altruism. And since the word altruism is a small topic in one section of one unit of the course, which, by the way, does not talk about homosexuality when discussing characteristics of altruism, the AP course curriculum is strictly created and governed by the college boards and not by individual teachers. This Clark High School teacher then passed out a worksheet asking students to explain, quote, why homosexuality is important to the survival of our species and how it is considered to be genetically programmed altruism. Statement 2 of Mr. Najarian in his interview, quote, teachers that wanted to explain the proper way for oral sex between two members of the same sex. Evidence to support. In May 2021, Genderqueer Book was on a list of requested summer reading novels by a Hoover High School teacher at GUSD. Fortunately, this book was not formally approved by the district, and the teacher wasn't able to promote that book to her students, although she intended to. In that book, there are numerous graphic illustrations and descriptions of oral sex between two minor boys. This book was something a GUSD teacher was considering sharing with his or her students. In the Public Records Act request, which produced the evidence of this reading list, the teacher's name was redacted on purpose. Another example, in the 2020-2021 school year, a Rosemont parent overheard the sex ed lesson being taught to her then 12-year-old daughter on Zoom. During a lesson on pregnancy prevention, the teacher told the girl students, and I quote from this parent's own letter to the superintendent at the time, Vivian Etchen, that, quote, that one sure way to prevent pregnancy was to have anal sex and emphasize how you can't get pregnant through anal sex. The teacher then proceeded to tell the girls that if you think your friend is of the same sex and is pretty, then chances are you are gay or bisexual, and you should explore these feelings further. This parent removed her student from GUSD immediately and enrolled her in a local private school. Statement 3, quote, Ara Najarian said in his interview, if you're not sure If you're a boy or girl, don't worry, we can help you change. And if that's what you want and we don't want to tell your parents about it, evidence to support. The most obvious evidence of this is Kelly Keene keeping students' records and files a secret from parents. State Attorney Bonta himself said that this is not supported by state law mandates, nor are they part of any enforceable state guidelines. Also, let's keep in mind that helping change a child isn't only the physical aspect. The first step in changing them is socially, which the schools are actively doing without any parental notification. Let's look at the GSAs, the Gay Sexuality Alliance Club. By federal law, school clubs must be student-initiated and student-led. However, we see that's simply not the case with the GSAs across the country and within GUSD. For example, Rosemont Middle School teacher Lisa Avery taught an entire union-funded seminar on this entitled, quote, Instant GSA, Just Add Kids, where she trained other teachers how to skirt the law and regulations and just start your own GSA. She went as far to also describe the strategies she utilizes to, quote, poach the most emotionally unstable kids to join her GSA club. Another example, organizations like Glendale Out, which does not seem to be an official 501c organization, and Planned Parenthood come onto campuses like CV Campus and speak to students at the GSA and pass out marketing materials about sexuality, gender-affirming care, abortions, etc., without parents even knowing they even were on campus. This is the same CV High School GSA club that held a chest binding class.
Thank you for your call. Our next caller and final caller is Larry Shaughnessy. Larry, you're on air. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give you maybe a different perspective on what's going on as a viewer watching this happening. This is probably my 6th time I'm watching a meeting here, and this is just my impression. It feels to me that you guys make decisions, and then you vote on it, and then you go out looking for input back from the community. And the way you guys are doing it is a very expensive way because wasting a lot of money. I have a suggestion. I don't know if you guys want a suggestion, but this is my idea. Very simple. Hire a pollster, like all politicians do. Then you have an idea of what the public wants in a certain area, a certain category. Then based on that, then you can have your talk and decide what you want to do. Pollsters go after people to get information. When you're doing the districting, how many people actually showed up to those events? 2, 5, maybe 6 people? That's not the way to do it. The way to do it is hire a pollster company that they can charge you a fraction of what these people charge, and they're going to be unbiased. All these guys you're bringing in, they have all bias. Every one of them wants to make money. This is their job. They want to sell you the districting so they can go to the next step and charge you more. Does that make any sense there, what I'm saying? It's cheaper to go and bring a pollster working for the city, for the council, and then you give them a job. This week, I want you to concentrate on this area, and this is the questions we need asked. Do you want to lose a lane? Do you want bike lanes here? You know, what do you want? Any suggestions? They can compile everything, get you something that's unbiased. That's the word, unbiased. You guys are dealing with people that are biased, and it's costing us a fortune. Then you're backtracking because you didn't understand how bad an idea it was for whatever project you were pushing, and then you find out afterwards. Then you back off. You're wasting everybody's time, the city's money, and your time as well as ours. These meetings should not take until 11 o'clock. Your job is to represent the people. Why don't you listen through the people, through a pollster that works for the city? They could get a bank of 5, 10, 20 people within a day or 2 or a week, get you the answers you want, what people want. Because bottom line, what are you there for? You're supposed to represent the people. And why don't you find out what the people want? These are the people that voted for you. It's not what you want. It's because you have to represent the people. And pollsters, I think are the way to go. And I hope you guys can actually think about that and seriously debate about it. It's not that expensive, and it's very easy to get a poster because they do it for all the different politicians all the time. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
And thank you. That was the last caller.
Right?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
No, we have one new business item. This needs to be read into the
That's
record.
the new business item?
No,
No,
I'm
no,
adjourning
no.
in memory of someone.
Oh, yes, I have a new business item. We're on to new business.
Yes.
Okay. I move that the city attorney be and hereby is authorized to enter into an extended tolling agreement with BKK Working Group while the parties investigate disposal of waste at the BKK landfill in West Covina, California during the period of 1962 to 1987, whereby the statutory time limitations relating to waste disposal at BKK landfill are tolled until August 24th, 2027, unless the tolling agreement is terminated sooner by the parties.
Second.
Roll call.
Council members Brotman,
Yes.
Karpetian,
Yes.
Kasakian,
Yes.
Najarian,
Yes.
Mayor Asatryan.
Yes.
All right.
Councilmember Kasakian.
Sure. I'd like to move that we adjourn this meeting in memory of Kathy Kensinger, Kathleen Mary Kensinger, a beloved sister, aunt, great aunt, and esteemed member of Glendale community, who passed away on Friday, April 26, 2024. Kathy was the fourth of 9 children born and raised in Mishawaka, Indiana, by her parents, Robert and Virginia Kensinger. Her life journey was marked by a dedication and commitment to serve others. She graduated Ancilla Domini High School in Donaldson, Indiana, and protested the Vietnam War while a student at Indiana University. She graduated Indiana Vocational College with a degree in industrial cooking. To see the world and continue her education, she joined the U.S. Air Force in 1970. She joked that she was selected to serve her country because, quote, she looked good in a uniform and was cute. She was stationed in Florida, Texas, and the Philippines, where she processed the POWs going home from Vietnam. She was a staff sergeant and received the National Defense Service Medal and the Air Force Good Conduct Medal. After leaving the service, Kathy graduated Cal State Northridge with a degree in liberal studies and became an advocate for women veterans and was a charter member of the California State Commission for Women Veterans. She worked to include a woman in the original design of the California Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Sacramento. This was the first memorial to recognize the 15,000 nurses and doctors who served in Vietnam. She was a charter member of the Military Women's Memorial in Washington, D.C., and helped to get that memorial completed. She was a member of the American Legion Hollywood Post 43 and served as the adjutant to the Southern California 24th District and was on Mayor Bradley's Veterans Advisory Committee for the city of Los Angeles. She was a Democratic Party political activist and traveled extensively to register voters in key elections. She was an elected Democratic Party committee member here in Glendale, California, and was honored by the Los Angeles County Democratic Party with both the Truman Award and the Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt Award for her volunteerism, activism, and leadership. Kathy served the less fortunate by collecting and distributing more than 6,000 pairs of socks for the homeless. She was a volunteer with the Wellness Works program that provides free services for U.S. veterans, and she was an SCIU union organizer to promote the welfare of seniors and the disabled. Upon her retirement in 2023, she received a certificate of congratulations and grateful salute from the city of LA for many years of civic patriotism and service to humanity. She is survived by her siblings, Timothy, Carrie, Mark, Paul, Maureen, and Loretta, as well as numerous cousins, nieces, and nephews. And in honoring Kathy's memory, contributions may be made to wellnessworksglendale.org or cancer.org. Kathy was a good friend, and she will be missed.
Thank you.
So I make that motion to adjourn in her memory.
Second.